Did you?
DHT Gains, what's up? Congratulations, you are first.
To rec.
James? Honey? Did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place.
Just put the gun to their head.
You can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
You should see your face, Tate.
Let go!
I'm sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
Hurt by what?
This place is different from what I remember.
Just random vids, donate $2 first dono. Let me see.
What are you doing out here?
Bro, I'm sunning my balls. If you want 1,000+ testosterone, you have to be sunning your balls. The UV light goes right to your balls and makes you produce way more test. Be careful though, because if you do this, you might have a pole in your pants.
Bro, what the heck?
He has to be trolling. Oh. What's going on here? It's a little baby raccoon.
What up?
Little baby. My goodness. Wow. It's a good little baby. That's a nice little baby. That's a good baby.
Man, half the world's glaciers are here in Alaska. I couldn't come here and just have a show. You know I got a bucket list, so as I like to call it, the fuck it list. I've never tasted fresh glacial water ever in my life, and this is a first. Here we go. Oh my God! Oh! Listen, man.
Great, you're here now. Please react to this brand new idiotic video that Brett Cooper just reels 2 hours ago.
Welcome back to the...
I'll do that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo, and thanks for the donation, just random vids.
I don't think she's here anymore.
This whole town. Might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right.
You said you took everything. But you forgot that videotape we made.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So you are Maria.
I am. If you want me to be.
How do you know?
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, did you hear about the new indictment? I don't care since all I wanted for him to have the felon label lol.
I did hear about the new indictment, I just don't know what it is exactly. Donald Trump faces revised U.S. indictment in election subversion case. Faced a revised federal indictment on Tuesday accusing him of illegally trying to overturn his 2020 election loss, with prosecutors narrowing their approach after U.S. Supreme Court ruling that former presidents had broad immunity from criminal prosecution. U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith's team obtained the superseding indictment in the Washington case that was highly unlikely to proceed to trial ahead of the November 5th election, when Republican Trump faces Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. Revised indictment lays out the same 4 charges prosecutors brought against the former president last year, but this one focuses on Trump's role as a political candidate seeking re-election rather than as the president at that time. Supreme Court ruled on July 1st that Trump is at least presumptively immune from criminal prosecutions for actions that were within his constitutional powers as president. Well, it'll be nice seeing him lose the election and then go to jail. That'll be a fitting end. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Know about Mary.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Doesn't matter who I am.
Great, now he will never be able to become president again. I can't wait to watch him cry like a fucking little baby about it.
Yeah, that is gonna be great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Jack Smith removed the part about him strong-arming the DOJ with him trying to send bullshit letters to state officials. BC News SCOTUS ruling basically said president can do whatever the fuck they want as head of DOJ essentially.
Yeah, so fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
I am here for you, James. See? I'm real.
October 8th. Is the PC release the same? Yeah, October 8th.
Comment section, I'm Brett Cooper. So, I don't know about you guys, but I spent the weekend enjoying No Cap on God's, and yes, that is his channel's name, No Cap on God's content from the DNC. And by enjoying, I actually mean cringing, literally.
Either or? I feel like that's a very tough question to answer.
Wow.
I feel like that's almost...
with their dinner.
I don't care.
Topless.
Leaving here without you.
Yeah, cinematic mod doesn't look that great. I've never speedrun GTA 5. It's a shit fucking game.
You know that it's illegal not to pay Elon Musk money. Yes, when a billionaire buys a social media platform, the law says you must advertise on that platform. Even if you're not an advertiser, you have to find a way to advertise. This is due to a little-known provision of the Communications Decency Act. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, but this is America, where we absolutely love compelled speech. Okay, all of that was completely untrue, but what is true is that Elon Musk has declared war on advertisers because they hurt his feelings. We tried being nice for 2 years and got nothing but empty words. Now it's war. Musk, who is a self-described champion of free speech and free markets, previously told advertisers that if they didn't like the new regime, they could GTFO.
If somebody's gonna try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
But that was, of course, 8 long months ago, and Musk didn't anticipate that all the advertisers would just pick up their ball and go home. Now Musk believes it's totally illegal for a business not to give him money. Musk and Twitter sued the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, or GARM, a coalition of advertisers, for violating antitrust laws by coordinating with brands to discourage advertising on Twitter. Twitter CEO Linda Yaccarino, wearing a pendant around her neck that says free speech, released a statement in support of the lawsuit.
I was shocked by the evidence uncovered by the House Judiciary Committee that a group of companies organized a systematic illegal boycott against X. It is just wrong.
Now, I'd like to assume that this video was generated by Twitter AI because I don't think.
But wait, VG shitks woman for abortion and praises Trump in this video.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So I don't know, but I'm even more their rights as women, which is why it is so disgusting, yet sadly completely unsurprising, when they stay utterly silent on the atrocities that other women around the world are facing. Now, if you didn't know, yesterday was the 3rd anniversary of Joe Biden's absolutely embarrassing, disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban.
I can't be fucked, dude.
I think a human could be that robotic, but I actually don't think that AI could be as robotic as Linda Yaccarino is in that particular video. But why should Twitter's users care about an advertiser boycott? Because
they conspired to boycott X, which threatens our ability to thrive in the future.
That is Yaccarino speak for, oh crap, we're not making enough ad revenue to pay the interest on the $12.5 billion loan that we took out. But make no mistake, Yaccarino says that the advertisers are actually coming after Twitter users, and now everyone who uses the platform is in danger.
These organizations targeted our company and you, our users.
Now, Twitter users might be in danger, but it's not because they aren't getting any more ads for Snickers. As Media Matters discovered, after Musk took over, advertisements from big brands started appearing next to, quote, content that touts Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party. Musk and Yaccarino took prompt action to deal with that problem by, suing Media Matters. And apparently the next step in wooing these advertisers back is apparently suing them. When Elon Musk purchased Twitter back in 2022, he promised to make it a beacon for free speech. And as we pointed out at the time, he also bought himself a bunch of different lawsuits. And he was critical of Twitter's moderation policies, which he claimed were overly restrictive and unfairly penalized conservatives. And as we also pointed out at the time, this made absolutely zero sense because the founder of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, was basically a free speech absolutist, and the moderation policies were probably there for the bottom line. These were Chesterton fences.
Why is Brett Cooper so against women's rights when she is a fucking woman herself?
Because she is retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That existed for a very good reason. Musk just didn't understand why. So Musk reinstated the accounts of controversial people like Andrew Tate and Donald Trump and removed the block function, which allowed users to block content they didn't want to see. Predictably, once Musk made those changes, there was a huge increase in racial slurs and anti-trans rhetoric. And of course, Musk wanted to get in on the fun himself and has publicly supported racist and anti-Semitic tweets, like this one which blames Jews for causing the Great Replacement, a horribly racist double whammy. Or this video he posted, which also lays out the Great Replacement theory.
1. Flood the country with untold millions of illegals by land, sea, and air from all over the world. Enough to eclipse the populations of 36 individual U.S. states so far.
And even if you're the most cynical company in the world who only wants to make money, and you can stomach all the awful stuff that Musk is doing, you probably still don't want your company's ads running next to tweets with the hashtag white power.
I joined X because I believe...
Jesus.
The way Tim Pool effortlessly copes with being a sexless loser makes me think he isn't technically an incel. I think he has to pretend he wants a wife and a bunch of kids, and if he really tried I'm sure he could. I think he's asexual or something.
No, the way he complains about women not liking him, he's definitely an incel. He also seems to suffer from narcissism, because he acts like he's like a perfect catch, but then his cope for being like ugly, dressing ugly, being a gross, angry midget loser is like women are stupid and they don't realize who good men are, so they date losers and not him. So he's definitely an incel. All incels have that weird entitlement complex, and they don't ever admit, like, they're the problem. So yeah, he's definitely an incel, guaranteed. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb.
The way Tim Pool...
Okay, you donated that twice, but thanks for the donation again, Caleb.
Then again I might as well not be souped since she supports Trump the rapist who said he would do his own duggatua if she was not related.
Yep. He got that right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
in the power of the global town square.
And this kind of thing was happening to IBM, Disney, Apple, and lots of other big companies. And Musk apparently forgot that corporations and individuals have free speech rights protected by the First Amendment, and that includes who they associate with or choose not to associate with. So when Musk's idiosyncratic interpretation of free speech, which basically says no one should have any consequences from speech, when that backfired, he hired Linda Yaccarino to reassure advertisers that the platform would not host harmful or offensive content. Yet every time Yaccarino made a little headway in winning back advertisers, Musk would reinstate another banned account or make some incendiary comment. So for example, on November 15th, 2023, a Twitter user accused Jewish people of pushing, quote, hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Musk replied, "You speak the actual truth." This sparked another advertiser boycott. 200 advertisers, including Disney, Apple, and IBM, froze their advertising on the platform. Yaccarino responded by claiming that, quote, X has been extremely clear about our efforts to combat anti-Semitism and discrimination. There's absolutely no place for it anywhere in the world. Well, it was clear there was no place for it except on her boss's Twitter account. And so Yaccarino and Musk decided to be introspective and take responsibility for the consequences of their actions. No, I'm just kidding. They decided to sue the advertisers themselves. Twitter sued the World Federation of Advertisers, the WFA, and a bunch of big advertisers including Unilever, Mars, CVS, and Orsted. Musk alleges that they violated the Sherman Antitrust Act by conspiring together to tank the platform. And Twitter filed its lawsuit in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas, Wichita Falls Division, which is where most of the damages occurred. I'm just kidding. It's blatant venue shopping. We'll talk about that in a second. But Musk coordinated his attack with Ohio Republican Jim Jordan and right-wing social media platform Rumble. Last month, the House Judiciary Committee, led by Jordan, released a report called GARM Exposed. House Judiciary report says ad coalition likely broke law to silence conservatives. And Rumble filed a lawsuit against GARM that's basically a cut-and-paste version of the Twitter lawsuit. And what do you know? It was also filed in the Wichita Falls division. But why is one of the largest companies in the world suing other multinational corporations in Wichita Falls? Judge shopping, of course. As Steve Vladeck observed, the lawsuit has, quote, a 100% chance of being assigned to Judge Reed O'Connor, and that's what Musk wants. Appointed to the Northern District of Texas by President George W. Bush in 2007, O'Connor's resume includes a 2018 ruling throwing out the entire Affordable Care Act on grounds that were derided as insanity on print, and Judge O'Connor has already helped Musk out. Earlier this year, we did a video about how Twitter was filing a slap suit against the liberal media watchdog Media Matters, and while most judges would have
how do you even, like, how is this even possible? It's, oh my God, the world is insane.
Swiftly dismissed this case on First Amendment grounds, O'Connor has kept the suit alive. Fortunately for Media Matters, the Supreme Court often reverses Judge O'Connor, but the harassment through litigation is meant to chill speech and drain the resources of the defendants, and on that score, Musk has been pretty successful. Media Matters has already laid off 14 staffers and spent millions of dollars, and just 2 days after this lawsuit was filed, GARM announced that it would dissolve. Quote, while the World Federation of Advertisers denied that GARM's work had run afoul of the law, it said that the nonprofit did not have the financial resources to continue operating while it fights X in court. Now, obviously, if you're filing a bunch of slap suits, you'd probably want a good lawyer, not a Kraken wannabe. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've suffered a data breach, especially if you got a data breach letter saying that your social security number has been leaked, were involved in a car crash, or dealt with team. Because you don't just need a legal team, in 60 national responsible media, or GARM. 150 of the world's biggest brands need the Eagle Team, so click below. But the WFA is a global association that represents over 150 of the world's biggest brands and more than 60 national advertisers associations worldwide. And the WFA started a group called the Global Alliance of Responsible Media, or GARM. And according to the WFA's website, GARM was, quote, a voluntary cross-industry initiative created in 2019 to address digital safety. GARM was set up in the wake of the Christchurch, New Zealand mosque shootings, during which the killer live-streamed the attack on Facebook. This followed a slew of high-profile cases where brands' ads appeared next to illegal or harmful content, such as promoting terrorism or child pornography, creating both consumer and reputational issues for brands. GARM's purpose was to set standards these companies could look to when they evaluated social media platforms. And although Twitter quit GARM after Musk took over, the company rejoined GARM in July, just a month before filing the lawsuit. And according to the complaint, when Musk purchased Twitter, GARM encouraged advertisers not to work with the platform. Quote, between November 2022 and December 2022, at least 18 GARM member advertisers stopped purchasing advertising from Twitter either in the United States or worldwide. Dozens more stopped advertising in 2023, in many instances by over 70%. This had a massive impact on Twitter's revenue. Quote, last year, X lost about 52% of its US advertising revenue, which dropped to $1.13 billion. The lawsuit alleges that even when the price of the advertising on X was lower than X's social media competitors, the advertisers did not return to Twitter. And if you still use Twitter, you've no doubt noticed that instead of advertisements for Axe body spray or Ben & Jerry's, both Unilever companies, Twitter is overrun with advertisements for things like brass knuckles, X-rated clothing, and crypto. So much crypto. And the revenue from these advertisers doesn't make a dent in Twitter's $12.5 billion in debt. And Twitter characterizes the advertisers' refusal to return as anti-competitive. Quote, by refraining from purchasing advertising from X, boycotting advertisers are foregoing a valuable opportunity to purchase low-priced advertising inventory on a platform with brand safety that meets or exceeds industry standards. I don't know, that seems like the kind of thing the free market would resolve. But tellingly here, Musk's lawyer is Harmeet Dillon, the new it girl of conservative lawyers. Prior versions have pleaded out. Dillon made her bones during the COVID-19 crisis when she repeatedly sued Governor Gavin Newsom for things like not including gun shops on the list of businesses that could stay open because they provided essential services. And Dillon tried to get herself elected as chair of the Republican National Committee, but you have to marry a Trump son to get that job. But it's a classic tell when no reputable lawyer will file one of these lawsuits and you hire a lawyer that has zero expertise in the First Amendment or antitrust law. Things that would be pretty relevant to a lawsuit that deals with the First Amendment and antitrust law. But is there any merit to the claim that X was the victim of an illegal boycott? Well, the lawsuit sues defendants for 2 counts of violating the Sherman Antitrust Act, 15 U.S.C. Section 1. The Sherman Act prohibits any contract, combination, or conspiracy in restraint of trade or commerce among the several states or with foreign nations. Section 7 of the Act allows a private individual or company to bring a separate suit for 3 times the amount of damages sustained. And the complaint accuses defendants of collectively agreeing to adopt and enforce GARM's standards and using their market power to coerce social media platforms, particularly
Chiquavius Cumberdale donated $2. Really should be sleeping. Stream earlier for us Eurobros. I still want to fight on Tekken. Good night.
You can watch North Korean TV over on YouTube, and yes, I promise it's just as uncomfortable as you're expecting. Leeds dad on Twitter put out this whole thread about someone intercepting a North Korean TV signal, recording it, and chucking the whole thing on YouTube. The YouTube channel Peter Fairlie has a handful of videos like spying on a North Korean satellite, showing an actual television feed from North Korea. It's entire orchestral music numbers dedicated to honoring the previous supreme leaders, sing-alongs, historical documentaries, and of course, a segment on underground nuclear testing. But what might catch you off guard is a good chunk of the day's programming is dedicated to a bunch of military soap operas, what looks like a patriotic version of Dirty Jobs with Mike Rowe, and whatever this is. And at the end of the day, there's a cozy bedtime sing-along before the next day's scheduling is detailed, and everything signed off with another playing of the national anthem.
Какая страна вам нравится?
Какая страна?
Да.
А своя лучше, вот, Чуваши хорошие.
Ну, тогда, кроме Чувашии, может.
Да, своя Россия лучше.
А из иностранных?
А иностранные не ездил никуда. Для меня они хоть есть, хоть нет.
Нравится ли вам, например, Украина?
Не дерутся, всех людей убивают.
Кто убивает?
Своих людей убивают, они нехорошие. Своих людей убивают. Что за люди такие непонятные?
Здравствуйте.
Что за это? Это что за херня прибор?
А просто снимаю. Ну, какая страна вам нравится из зарубежных?
Зарубежная?
Да.
Чихал на зарубежную страну. Понял?
Ну, давайте, может...
Понял, да? Чихал на это. Всякие американцы, Франции и немцы, чтобы уничтожить. Я Россию люблю. Пиши на 3 буквы. Понял? Все.
То есть вы и США,
Я
и...
водку
Великобритания? Ну...
I have social anxiety so bad I can't do basic things that involve interaction. I feel like I'm not allowed to talk to anyone and can't think or speak when I have to. It makes everything impossible and it's ruining my life. Do you have any advice? BTW Illy.
Yes. Stop giving a shit. Nothing matters. We're all gonna die. So what good is it to you being nervous in social interactions? If it's ruining your life, then just stop being nervous, stop being afraid, stop caring whether or not it's okay for you to speak out of turn or what people think of you when you're talking. Just stop giving a fuck, because at the end of the day, nothing matters. We're all gonna die anyway, and if you want to keep on existing, the only reason you do so is to benefit from existing, so stop giving a shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
Зарубежные страны, какие лучше России, ничего нету, что говорить-то? Мы в России живем, лучше другие страны, какие нам нужны?
Да?
Только Россия.
А чувствуете ли вы превосходство там над другими странами?
Ой, не знаю. Никуда за границу не ездила, не знаю. Но у нас дома же лучше. В России же лучше. Где нас встретят? Нигде нас ничего не встречает. Мы все равно...
The whole women don't know what a real man looks like is retarded on its face coming from a 40-year-old who skateboards and likes emo rock. Tim wants to keep his incel audience, but I doubt he gets horny. I bet he just wants to play Halo cause he's mentally 12.
I will guarantee you Tim Pool is a massive coomer. And he probably really likes fucking tranny porn. Especially since he has a huge stick up his ass about trans people. It's always a huge red flag when you see people talking down on porn stars and trans people. Like Alex Jones, it was the same with Alex Jones. Alex Jones was criticizing like the porn industry, criticizing trans people. Turned out he watches trans porn. He got caught. He was showing a new app on his phone and he accidentally opened up his browser and he had trans porn open on his own phone. So, Tim probably is a massive fucking coomer. He's probably into trannies. Wouldn't fucking surprise me. And he's just doing a massive fucking cope because even like fucking trans women don't want him. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
I don't think just telling someone to stop caring or feeling nervous is going to do anything, man. I'm glad you've gotten this enlightened nihilist stuff going for you, but you had to have multiple shroom trips to get there. Saying get over it isn't helping.
You're just not understanding. Again, think about why you give a shit about social situations. Why are you nervous? Why are you freaking out? Why do you feel like you can't talk? Why do you feel that way? It is completely and utterly senseless. I think if you actually started to understand the reality of the world you're living in, you'd get my point of view a lot better. Life is a stupid, ridiculous game. It doesn't matter if you live or die or suffer. Nothing fucking matters. It is a stupid fucking game that you choose to play. And if you choose to play a game, the whole point of a game is to enjoy it. Like, again, there's no afterlife. There's no winning. You just live and you fucking die. Everyone you know is gonna die. All these fucking people that you get nervous around in public, they're all going to be fucking dead. No one's going to remember you. It's all going to be fucking gone like tears in the fucking rain. So, wake up to reality. Stop living in this stupid fucking closed bubble where you think you have to perform a certain way, you have to act a certain way, you have to do things a certain way. All of this social pressure and bullcrap that you have in your head, it's imaginary, it's stupid, and it's just holding you back. Wake up to the reality of nihilism, and things will be much fucking clearer for you. You'll realize these questions are asking about, like, how do I deal with nervousness? They're just fucking ridiculous. It is entirely a choice to be nervous and get anxiety in public because you're putting your mind in a certain mindset where you think any of the shit fucking matters. It just doesn't. All these people you're getting nervous around, they're all gonna fucking die, and nobody's going to fucking remember you when it's all gone. So, just enjoy the mints. Thanks for the donation, Microwave Poop. Okay, so these Russians are just backwoods idiots.
Probiotics, there's 40 trillion.
Okay, I'll watch that later.
Let's assume you could only move one more time in your life, and you could only choose between Berlin, Germany, London, UK, or Portland, Oregon. What would you choose, and why? Also, I heard Dodo got gonorrhea of the anus. I like passable trannies, BTW.
I'd probably choose Portland, Oregon. Germany is becoming a complete shithole. The government there is absolutely fucktarded. They've completely fucked the energy infrastructure. They're letting in tons of fucking migrants. You're seeing more and more terror attacks. And because of its proximity to Russia, probably not the safest place to be long term. Who knows what's going to happen? London, UK, UK is just a complete shithole. That's a no-go. Portland, Oregon, although Portland's kind of becoming a shithole with all the bums and homeless and crime, it's still the United States. You can still own a gun. And there's some good vegan places there. So I would go with Portland. Thanks for the donation, the Ubermensch.
Twitter and Rumble. The conspiracy to boycott Twitter allegedly started shortly after Musk took over, and the complaint cites several public statements made by GARM around that time as evidence of illegal cooperation. Quote, WFA issued a public letter to Musk on October 31st, 2022, captioned, GARM calls on Twitter to uphold existing commitments on brand safety and deepen future collaboration. The letter warned Musk that, quote, brand safety is non-negotiable for advertisers. The complaint says that the fact that these statements were public proves the existence of a conspiracy. But of course, that makes zero sense. Conspiracies, by their nature, tend to be secret, and the members of GARM just as easily could have worked out their grand conspiracy via an email in secret, but instead they decided to make a public statement. And public statements might lead to action in concert, but mainly because everyone individually chooses to take the same action. But the complaint alleges that the WFA had the power to enforce the boycott. Quote, the recommendations of the GARM member advertiser agencies to their clients to refrain from advertising on Twitter were widely followed. Many of Twitter's largest advertisers discontinued or curtailed their purchases of advertising from Twitter. Now you'll notice that the words widely and many contradict the claims of GARM's so-called power. So there was a diversity of opinion among advertisers, and that falls a bit short of Twitter's big claim that GARM uniformly enforced a boycott. Some advertisers had specific concerns, though it does appear that the head of GARM reveled in Twitter's downfall when they didn't follow their guidance. Quote, while editing a February 2023 draft of an email to TikTok regarding brand safety issues, Rakowicz wrote, I'd like to point out that nowhere in this email is the you may recognize my name from being the idiot who challenged Musk on brand safety issues. Since then, they are 80% below revenue forecasts. Now, because of the boycott, Twitter had to lower the cost of its ads, and that move attracted smaller buyers with smaller budgets, but the big boys stayed away. And the boycott still continues for some advertisers, despite the claim that, quote, X's brand safety practices meet or exceed those specified by the GARM brand safety standards. More than 99% of X's measured ad placement in 2023 and 2024 appeared adjacent to content scored above the GARM brand safety floor, in line with industry standards. Now, Section 1 of the Sherman Act prohibits any contract, combination, or conspiracy that unreasonably restrains trade. And group boycotts can fall under this prohibition if they meet certain criteria. When competitors at the same level of the market structure agree to boycott a particular business or group of businesses, it can be considered a horizontal agreement. And the FTC views horizontal agreements with suspicion because they can eliminate competition and control prices or market access. Horizontal price fixing is per se unlawful. And per se unlawful price fixing includes competitors acting in concert to set the same price at which a product is bought or sold. It also includes any, quote, combination formed for the purpose and with the effect of raising, depressing, fixing, pegging, or stabilizing the price of a commodity. But to prove a horizontal agreement violates Section 1, the plaintiff has to show intent and effect. If the boycott aims to suppress competition, restrict access to the market, or harm competitors, it's likely to be deemed illegal. And this includes boycotts designed to drive a competitor out of business or prevent a new competitor from entering the market. If a group of competitors team up to put a supplier out of business, for example, it would be a direct restraint on trade, and that would be per se illegal. But it's not clear that any of the defendants in this case are actual competitors with Twitter. Ørsted is the largest energy company in Denmark. CVS is an American drugstore. They don't sell competing products and they don't compete with Twitter, but the complaint considers them to be competitors because they both purchased ad space on Twitter. Now, former policy director at the FTC and current antitrust lawyer David Balto, in a Rolling Stone interview, called Elon's lawsuit a, quote, hideous joke. He said, quote, it's not a question of whether or not Twitter lost some money. It's a question of whether or not Twitter was competitively disadvantaged by their actions. There is no evidence in this complaint that they were competitively disadvantaged. And it's also not clear that refusing to advertise on a platform en masse is even anti-competitive. In fact, maybe just the opposite. As Louis D. Lorenzo, an antitrust lawyer at Davis & Gilbert, explained, quote, the Federal Trade Commission explicitly acknowledges the pro-competitive benefits of trade organizations setting standards to make the industry operate more efficiently as a whole, such as setting interoperability standards. This is a group saying we have moral, ethical, and brand safety problems with working with a competitor. We don't think we should work with them. That, to me, is not really an issue. The antitrust issue comes where they're looking to change prices in the market or exclude competitors in some way. And if Musk were right, then no trade industry could exist in the entire world. And one of the key issues in this lawsuit is whether the advertisers were acting in concert or simply making decisions on their own based on the same information. But honestly, the key issue here is the First Amendment, and whether advertisers were acting in concert or simply making decisions on their own based on the same information. Group boycotts are often protected by the First Amendment, particularly where the boycott is a form of expressive conduct. For example, in the case NAACP versus Claiborne Hardware, the court ruled that a boycott by African-American citizens of white merchants to protest racial segregation was protected by the First Amendment. In that case, the local chapter of the NAACP drafted a document with 19 demands for racial justice. White business owners sued for economic damages, but the purpose of the petitioner's campaign was not to destroy legitimate competition. It was to vindicate rights of equality and freedom that lie at the heart of the 14th Amendment itself. In the Twitter case, GARM and brands can point to specific things on Twitter that they are against, especially when Musk himself is tweeting out diatribes about Jewish people or Muslims or immigrants or other groups that he dislikes. However, the Supreme Court reached a different conclusion in Federal Trade Commission versus Superior Court Trial Lawyers Association. In that case, the court appointed lawyers who represented indigent defendants.
Dodo, can you react at 2030? Do you believe him?
Even Kick, who paid
2030.
Do you think this generation we live in will ever truly get better? Because I don't think even Kamala Harris is in out to save it, judging by the overall stupidity of our species these days.
Hope for the best, expect the worst. It's all you can do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Most popular bullshit. Like, you said it when you walked in here earlier, but it's like, why couldn't you just do it just as is?
I think the reason, that's a great point, and I think the reason was you were actually a part of my first stream back in January when I tried to return very prematurely. Do you remember that?
Yeah, In and Out.
We went out to In and Out.
Yeah.
Couldn't even fake it. Couldn't even fake it.
But no one cared.
No one, but I did. Like, internally, what was happening in my internal dialogue as I was doing it was torture. I couldn't, like, I was nerfed. Like when they said he got cloned, he's nerfed, this isn't him. I was nerfed. I was turned off. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Granted, fast forward, how many months have I been back now? I don't know, a month or two. Fast forward to where we are now. Exactly that piece of advice that you gave me, start where you're at, is exactly what I did. But I was accepting of the fact that this is who I was going to be, and I had to build out of that.
Yeah.
So what that did, you want me to get into that story?
Yeah, of course.
So what that did was one day I was off the internet this entire year. The entire year. Nothing. After January streams, nothing. Even Kick, who paid me my advance, it was radio silence, nothing. Told them I'll be back when my mental's good. No intention of ever being back. Didn't know how I was going to recoup the money back to them.
Rob them.
Yeah, I didn't know how I was like, Aiden gave me 100K. Kick gave me this bag. What the fuck am I going to do now? One day.
Eddie's good for it, huh?
He is. Yeah. Eddie is the greatest CEO I have ever known to this day. And we could talk about that.
Yeah.
One day I'm walking around the mall and I just had an itch. I moved to San Diego, by the way.
I remember.
My mom forced me to move to San Diego.
That's when I thought you were done. I was like, he's gone. He's done for good. Actually, this time I felt it.
So I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to you about this on your pod for like monetization purposes. So can I say it? And if it's not good, you could take it out.
Yeah. Say whatever.
I had a suicide attempt this year. And I had ideated over suicide the last 13 years. I would always talk about it. Oh, I'm suicidal. I ideated about it. I would tell every therapist when they ask me, are you in harm of yourself or others? I would say, I fantasize about it all the time. I think about it. I planned how I would do it, what I would say, what I would leave behind after I did it. But I don't have the balls to do it. I'm not going to do it. I would always say that until this year.
All right, guys, quick and runs for the podcast. Now, if you've been so buying fresh.
Another article pops out. A woman killed her husband by putting into his tea. So this now gave me, I'm scared of guns. I fantasized repeatedly, like my ideation was jumping off a bridge. That's all I saw over and over and over and over. Over and over and over again. You see yourself on top of the bridge. I planned how I would do it, what I would say to the camera, the jump, everything. But I was too scared to do that.
A camera there?
Yeah. Yeah, that was going to be my farewell. That was going to be my farewell.
Jesus Christ.
But when I found out that you can do it in a harmless way.
Wait, what were you going to say?
Huh?
What were you going to say?
I think I was going to. every person that had like affected me over my past, I was gonna like say a thing to, and I was gonna like, I had a lot of resentment towards everybody. I was gonna be like, ain't none of you better post a rest in peace Fousey after this. Y'all weren't there when I was, you know, so don't even try. I was just gonna go off on everybody.
Yeah.
When I found out that there was a way to do it that wasn't painful, I was sold. I was all in. That's all I ever wanted. I would Google it. How can you Reddit posts, you know, there's only so much info that you can get. And a lot of the info that was out there, I wasn't willing to do until so I go to Walgreens, I buy 20, take them home one by one.
I think he's talking about Benadryl. Riley donated $2. What do you think about countries having a separate head of state to head of government? For example, Ireland as opposed to something like America, where they're the same person. Also, would you go to anti-monarchy protests? Ugh. Separate head of state to head of government? What? I don't know how Ireland's political system works. Would I go to anti-monarchy protests? I probably wouldn't bother. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Greg, thanks for the $5, dude. Appreciate it. I think he's talking about Benadryl. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Benadryl. If you take really high dose Benadryl, that can leave you in permanent psychosis. So if he did this, that might explain some of his weird behavior, but it's a little hard to believe. I've looked into some of these Benadryl dudes, and like you can get this after one trip. You can be in permanent psychosis, and you see like shadow people all the fucking time.
One by one. And I had it on the table. And I knew you drink that, that's it.
The fuck is it?
I forgot what it was called. There's one ingredient, you can look it up, that is supposed to...
Jesus Christ.
So I put 20 in a cup. It's sitting on my table.
Maybe it wasn't Benadryl.
Trippy.
Literally. Because that goes through the same tracks as your throat. So I look at that cup and I know if you drink this cup, that's it. You're out.
Sorry.
Nobody try this at home, please.
No, if sales going down, because they ain't.
Oh yeah, sales going down. Sales going down. Sales going down. So I put the cup on my table, and I wanted it so bad. I was stuck of being in that same Groundhog Day. I was stuck being in that mental state. I knew all I needed to do was drink that cup, but I couldn't get myself to do it. It sat there for 4 days. Finally, on the 4th day, literally as if I'm on autopilot, I'm like, I'm doing the whole routine that I always do, was waking up, smoking cigarettes, pissed off, yelling on the phone, like just done. I go to the cup and something took over me. It wasn't me. I reach for the cup and I start chugging. And as I'm doing it, it's such an out of body experience because you're not in control of it and you know you're done. You're gone. You're like, this is it. After I do that, there was a woman who was helping me pack some stuff. So I think I was already in the move to San Diego, right? So she was helping me pack some stuff.
I can't get addicted to anything. I can drink, smoke, snort, pop pills, nothing. I think addiction is primarily a genetic thing. So if you have the genetic markers for addiction, there are certain things that you may be more prone to be addicted to, but if you don't have any of those genes, you can do whatever drugs you want. You just won't get addiction.
She ended up coming back at 7 p.m. after I had taken it to see me. When I opened the door, I'm like drunk. Got me f***ed up, right? I'm like drunk and I'm like, saying all this shit. And I tell her, I'm about to die. I just drank. Without her even. I tell her, I'm about to die. I just drank.
Sounded like he mouthed something with an H.
Saying all this shit. And I tell her, I'm about to die. I just drank.
He might have said, yeah, he might have looked up diphenhydramine, something like that, or maybe he said hydramine, because that's basically what Benadryl is. This may have been Benadryl.
Without her even thinking or questioning, she puts me in the car.
Haribos? It's definitely not Haribo gummies. The fuck? It's definitely not what it is.
Car. She drives me to the emergency room. Kaiser Permanente. The doctor's pissed when he finds out what happened. He goes like, because why the fuck would you do that to yourself? So it was too late to be pumped or anything. So they had to just monitor me. So they hooked me up, hooked me to IVs, laid me out. Like I'm thinking, finally, I'm gonna go to sleep and I'm not gonna wake up out of this and it's done. This is it. Like I've done it. Like I've succeeded. I achieved my goal. I lay down. I forgot. I think I sent a video to my ex at the time telling her like, yo, deuces, like, like I love you. Like I'm out. My heart rate dropped below 30 over that night. And the next day I wake up and I'm like, I was pissed. I was genuinely pissed off. It didn't.
So when you rewind a little bit.
Yeah.
You had it there for a couple days.
Yeah.
And on the fourth day, you decided just to do it.
Yeah.
What was different that day?
Fed up, over it, done, knowing nothing changes if nothing changes. I certainly wasn't doing anything to change my circumstances. I certainly had been living the last year with the same Groundhog Day every single day. I certainly believed that nothing ever, no matter what, was ever going to get me out of that position. The thoughts and feelings of depression were so deep, you couldn't do anything to persuade me that there was another side to that darkness that I was in.
Why do you think you didn't have enough to persuade yourself?
Because
clearly you knew it wasn't about anyone else.
Yeah, I know myself so well. So despite me going through all of that I go through, I'm highly self-aware. I'm highly self-aware of the good and the bad of me. Every therapy appointment I've ever been in, they go, wow, you're very self-aware. And I would be like, that's great, but it's not like I do anything about it to change anything. So where I was at, knowing, like I'm a logical person. So my mind breaks down every single possible way that my reality can go. And there was no avenue or way that I saw myself being able to go that was going to get me out of that darkness. Every ounce fiber of my body, being, belief system was convinced that this, if you don't kill yourself, what I always said during that time is 99% of people in this position and mental capacity that I'm in take their own lives. The 1% that don't stay alive their entire life until they die, but they stay alive in that misery. Every Reddit post I would search of people who were going through what I was going through. Yeah, when I was 34, I had the chance to kill myself. I didn't. Now I'm 56. I regret not doing it. I'm still in the same position. I was convinced. I was like, that darkness was so deep. You couldn't, nothing could persuade me. Steve will do it. Have to give him his flowers, right? When I wasn't streaming, he invited me to Vegas because he wanted to help me. He would hit up my partner because he loved G7. He loved G7 Fusi. He hit up my partner. Yo, I can help him. Bring him here. Brought me to Vegas. Gave me a penthouse, right? Like that. But the last year when I was in the penthouse, I was excited, ecstatic. Oh my God, look at me. Da, da, da. Going crazy, right? Not even a tickle of anything. I was just sitting there depressed as went to his house, ate his mom's Christmas food. It was Christmas time, everything. He, Steve is Steve, takes me into his garage, gives me I forgot how expensive of a watch. Super expensive watch. I think it was an AP. Just threw it on my wrist. Did nothing to me. Nothing. Now, not out of not being grateful, but the depths of where I was in were so deep, that wasn't doing anything to me. Before we left, he won a big bet, a huge bet. He threw me $50,000 cash. Just gave it to me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Nothing. My old self would have been through the moon. It did nothing to me. And that showed me nothing anybody can do for me or can give me is going to change this. Give me $10 million right now.
Shut this nigga faggot up. Jewish.
Thanks for the donation, Jewish. Appreciate it.
Now I'm still going to be in this depression. That's why I was so convinced. But with that being said, shout out to Steve Will. Do it. Held me down.
I'm interested to see what improved his mood.
Care of me, no cameras, nothing, never even said it till this moment right here, what he did for me off camera, which is insanity. But it did nothing to me. So I knew there's no getting out of this. That's it. You either die or you live like this for the rest of your life.
So why do you not have that mental state now?
Okay.
Because now you're here, right? Now you know that was not the best choice.
Yeah. So two things. One of them I'm not going to talk about because I'll talk to you about it off camera. Okay. It's a very sensitive topic and people are going to have a lot to say about it. And it's my experience with Reiki. You know what Reiki is?
Yeah.
It's my experience with Reiki. I have a lot I can say about that.
Okay, that's really weird. So, Reiki has roots in ancient Japanese healing practices, considered a form of energy healing, stems from Japanese word rei, meaning universe, or universal, and ki, meaning vital life force energy. Theory is that Reiki master, practitioner, trained in Reiki can channel the universal life force energy to you. They say they do this by either lightly placing their hands on you or by hovering them just above you, using a series of hand positions. Some people will call these techniques centering, clearing, beaming, smoothing the aura. Reiki masters say they don't create energy or give their energy to you. Rather, they say they act as a conduit for the universal life force energy that exists around us. So, basically, he was under hypnotic suggestion where somebody convinced him that he had an imbalance in life force energy. And they improved or balanced or whatever his life force energy so that his mood improved. This is literally just a form of hypnotic suggestion. Jalen donated $2. Is your series of debates with Destiny the greatest series of debates in modern YouTube history? I don't know if I'd say that. Destiny, the most popular debater, versus Richard, the greatest debater of big YouTubers. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
And I did 2 months of that. We'll talk about that off camera. But another...
Why not on camera? You think people are going to say it's like witchy magic?
The people of the religion are going to be super upset, and like it's blasphemy in a lot of ways. Like I choose to just not even bring it up, not even tether on the idea.
It helped you. Okay.
I'm not even giving it that power on camera. I'm not even saying it helped me. I'm just saying I had an experience with it. That's all I'm gonna say. And the second thing, outside of doing everything that I did, the brain scans, the psychedelics, everything. One day I'm in the mall, or I wasn't in the mall. Like I wasn't shopping. I got out of the house to walk my dog in that San Diego shopping area. As I said, after that attempt.
Like, by the way, he didn't even need the Reiki. It's just a deliberate change in mindset. So he was just given a hypnotic suggestion where he believed he feels better. So he could have just chosen to feel better, but he just used some form of hypnotic suggestion to do it.
My mom was happy that I was moving to San Diego. I moved to San Diego, and I don't think I would have got out this hole if I stayed in LA. The energy in San Diego is just different.
Yeah.
You walk out of the house, it's sunny, it's quiet, you can walk your dog, people are nice, it's different. I needed that calm, one. But two, one day I'm walking around the mall, walking my dog, and I had an itch, and it said, just stream. Just stream. Just go home, because I had my entire desktop set up for the entire year, but never turned the computer on for streaming. 3 monitors set up, crazy PC, crazy mic, everything. Love the vibes of my house, the feng shui, and I never used it. And I told myself, just stream. I go into my Discord, hadn't been in the Discord the entire year, chatted to them and said, how would you guys feel if I just sat on the desktop tonight and talked to you? It erupted. I start getting excited. For the first time in a year, you go from being 0% energy, 0% life, to all of a sudden now I'm going to stream. People got excited. It got announced on Twitter. People were expecting it. They hadn't seen me since January. I go home. We set everything up. I pay for the service that you need to do the back end, whatever. I press go live. I'm expecting, I swear to you, 200 people there, like when I started the live stream last year. Because of whatever, me not streaming for that long, whatever, I started it with high energy. That stream, non-botted, got 41,000 concurrent viewers. Exploded. Like blew my expectations out of that water. Within 30 minutes of me being on that high again, I'm back. Book me to Vegas. I'm going. I'm talking all this. The ego woke up instantly, right? I go crazy. I end the stream. I'm all over Twitter. I trended. They did my own category where they write up an excerpt about Fusi does his return stream. I'm clipped in thousands of pages of like this saying this about Free Palestine, saying this about Aiden, this. I call my partner and I'm like, we're back. We're going to go crazy. When I wake up the next day, I realized, do you not learn? Do you not learn from the past? You're doing it again. You're back. You're going to go to Vegas. You're going to do this. You're forgetting everything that you promised yourself and said you wouldn't do. So I ran up another stream that day and I talked about it. And I said, no, I'm not back like that. I didn't do this with the intention of being back. And I shut it down. I said, I'm not doing this for the views. I'm not doing this for anything. I'm doing this to give myself something to do at night because of how miserable that I've been. So for the next month, I just did desktop streams and I did small IRLs. And they were the IRLs ever. They were literally me walking around with a camera, complaining, being negative, venting, talking to myself, walking around the park, talking about how I'm a loner, how I lost everything, how G7 Fusi's never coming back. Just negative. I paid back Kick all the hours that I owed them. I owed them hours from the advance. Yeah. I paid that all back. I made good with that. And then I forgot what stream it was. So by doing those baby steps, taking that first step, and then gradually being okay with, I don't care how many viewers are watching. I don't care if I'm clipped. I don't care about this, that, or the other. I'm doing this for me to give myself.
So it's like I've been saying, if you stop caring about all this meaningless bullshit, like views, money, what other people think of you, this and that, all of it's meaningless. If you just do things for your own benefit, you're going to be a much happier person. You just have to get rid of all these bullshit, stupid expectations that culture and society and all the shit gets in your head. Just do things that you actually benefit from and that you're actually interested in.
Have something to do and connecting to my core audience. Instead of doing what I've done my entire career, which is go from here to here in the shortest amount possible, I was okay with going from here to here to here to here. Baby steps, something I've never done. All of a sudden, I do one IRL, something I thought I could never do. I'm not funny anymore. I'm not talkative. I can't do it. There was a guy from my gym in San Diego who took me to a party area of San Diego, Pacific Beach, and we just walked around, and there was a glimmer and a glimpse of Fusi. I talked to girls. I wasn't like back, but I talked to girls. I talked to people. I interacted with people. I was myself. And that showed me, holy shit, you do have it. The difference was last year's G7 Fusi, nothing was, it was on 24/7. So nothing was like, it wasn't a switch that turned on. It wasn't an act. It wasn't a character. I really believed my own shit. I thought I was that guy. I thought I was him. I believed my own shit. My shit doesn't stink. I'm that guy, right? But this time what I learned is you're a performer. Camera turns on, you could turn it on. I'm not being a fake personality, but I can be talkative. I can talk to girls. Granted, it's not natural like it once was, but I'm a normal person. I like, you know, when your social battery goes out, I'm a normal person. I have a social battery. I can expend it for as long as I want until it's out. And I started to build on that baby steps. And little by little by little, I got myself back to now. We're in the position we're in now when I'm sitting here right now, which I think is the greatest version I've ever been. A controlled chaos version of the version that I was. I know how to turn it on and I know how to turn it off. When the camera comes on, I know how to play. But when the camera comes off, I'm finally okay with who I am as a person, who's a very quiet, subdued introvert to himself, who just likes relaxing and hanging out.
So, with all that said, what if it gets to the point again where there's so much more attention? Do you think you just fall back into that, who you were prior?
Great point. And I don't. Reason being, last year when I was getting the subscribers that I was getting, it would literally it was like pouring gas on the fire. The more subscribers I got, the more gas that was poured. What I learned instantly, and I learned this from January, is that, because I was getting subs in January, what I learned was they weren't doing anything to me. It wasn't tickling me. I wasn't giving a shit. Granted, yes, great. Subscribers, great. Finances, great. Money, great. But it wasn't pouring gas on the fire. It wasn't upping me. It wasn't getting me, excited. Like, it was just regular. So there was a distinction. So for the first time, and I know I've said this before, I have a full team. I have a partner. I have a videographer who's great. My therapist is a part of everything and watching everything. We don't call her therapist. We call her just my life coach. She's watching everything. And the most important part is I turn off. I can go out, do an 8-hour stream, but then we turn it off. I get to sleep. I get to eat. I get to relax. I get to be myself. I get to be.
Why are you so disconnected from those basic things anyways? Like, why are you allowing that to happen?
Because I've always been the type, I'm either 0 or 100, and I've always gone from 0 to 100 real quick.
All right, well, that's interesting. Marxistan University.
In this video, I'm going to break down how.
Welcome back.
Is this fakey fake, whatchamacall, got his money from his parents and does the whole stupid carnivore thing guy?
Parasites.
Oh, this guy's a fucking dipshit.
But if I'm aspirational about it.
Okay, we can watch that stuff later. Thanks for the donation, Mark Sisson.
In Washington, D.C. started a boycott, and they refused to accept new cases in an attempt to convince the District of Columbia government to raise their salaries. It worked, but the Supreme Court upheld the FTC's complaint. And the court did not buy their lawyer's argument that the boycott was a means of obtaining social justice for their clients. The court ruled that, quote, the boycott was the means by which respondents sought to obtain favorable legislation and threw out their free speech defense. But the court drew a distinction between Claiborne hardware, where the defendants sought only the equal respect and equal treatment to which they were constitutionally entitled, and the trial lawyers who wanted economic gain for themselves. And here, Twitter's allegations that the advertisers are actually hurting themselves by not advertising on Twitter is going to come back to bite them. But generally then, if the primary objective of a boycott is based in the First Amendment rather than an attempt to restrain trade or harm competitors, it's likely to be protected. And here it doesn't look like GARM and the advertisers were trying to get favorable advertising rates for themselves. If they were, they would have returned to Twitter as soon as Musk dropped the ad rates. But honestly, who knows what this is going to look like in front of Judge Reed O'Connor. And while 99% of judges would dismiss this lawsuit on the pleadings, who knows what Judge Reed O'Connor is going to do. And that's one of the problems when someone files a clear SLAPP suit in a jurisdiction without an anti-SLAPP law, which Twitter did here. The plaintiff will point to issues of fact that need to be investigated through discovery and avoid an early motion to dismiss. This, of course, drives up the cost exponentially and means that even if you win as a defendant, you still lose because you had to spend millions of dollars for defense through discovery. But we can expect defendants here to argue that the advertising industry has an interest in self-regulation based on their concerns about the content that Twitter hosts. This is especially true because Musk is a volatile personality with a habit of making personal attacks on advertisers and their leaders. So I'm sure the advertisers will say something like, we didn't need to collude to know that people who do business with Musk get burned, and we decided we didn't want to get burned. And apart from being associated with racist or inflammatory language, a lot of these brands just don't want to be caught up in politics at all, which is increasingly difficult given that Musk literally just had a softball interview with Trump and endorsed him for president via Twitter Spaces, if you were able to get in. But guess what? breaking news. It just so happens that Judge O'Connor happens to be a Tesla stockholder. His 2022 financial disclosure indicated that he had between $15,000 and $50,000 in company stock. And his 2023 disclosure form is not publicly available, and he requested an extension. Now, the appearance of bias alone can be enough to warrant recusal. And after NPR reported on the judge's investment in Tesla stock, Judge O'Connor surprised everybody by recusing himself from the case. His order gave no reason, but instructed the court to assign the case to another judge per the usual procedure. The case was then assigned to another judge in the Northern District, James E. Kincaid, who was appointed by George W. Bush. Meanwhile, Musk's glitch-ridden interview with Donald Trump may have given advertisers yet another reason to stay away from the platform. And in particular, Musk and Trump discussed their love of union busting. Trump said,
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone, so every one of you is gone.
Now, we don't know if Trump was referring to a specific incident, and he might not have been, but it raised the ire of the United Auto Workers, who filed a federal labor charge against Musk. Not surprisingly, federal law prohibits workers.
Do you consider yourself more of a rationalist or an empiricist?
I don't know what you mean by those terms, but thanks for the donation, Riley.
From being fired for striking. Now, threatening to fire workers is barred by the National Labor Relations Act. Now, this is a nonsense case that's almost certainly going to get dismissed, especially now that Judge O'Connor is off the case. And that's reflected in news reporting, too. What's interesting is that Elon Musk suing GARM has been covered extensively by over 30 news outlets. 34% of the reporting is coming from the left and 31% coming from the right. But if you compare the headlines, you start to see some interesting framing emerge. On the center left, you have outlets saying that Musk, quote, sued a nonprofit advertising group out of existence. And on the right, you see essentially the exact same thing, but declaring in all caps success. Now, depending on which article you see first, your view of the story can be completely different. If you read left-leaning sources, you might be worried that Musk can wield so much power through our tort system, as with the CNN engineer, on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven reporting. Will seem hyper-focused.
That is one of the dumbest fucking lawsuits I've ever fucking seen in my life, dude. Musk probably isn't going to get anything out of this.
How I'm seeing upper body gains from just arm training. So to begin, I want to explain how this journey started. First, when I got into working out around 18 years old.
I am testing something where I put my seitan in the fridge soaking in oil for about an hour before cooking to give it a more oily meaty texture. Do you think it's gonna work? BTW, don't lie. I am always first to your streams. Everyone else is a fraud. JK.
It's probably not going to do anything to change the texture. Like, marinating likely will improve flavor, but I don't think it's going to make any texture differences. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
Old from 18 to about 24, 25. I pretty much trained normal-ish. I trained my whole body. I didn't have significant issues or imbalances, although a lot of them were brewing. And towards the end of that period, I started to get a lot of injuries in my shoulders and hips, and things started to kind of break down a little bit to the point where eventually I started to get so imbalanced that the numbness traveled up the left side of my face, and I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Got rushed to emerge. After some time, slowly started to understand what was going on and how it was related to an old ankle injury. I broke my ankle, healed incorrectly, and it threw off my gait and the way that my body moves overall. And this is something that's kind of highly contested. Not everybody's really on board. A lot of people think it's made up or doesn't exist or this isn't how the body works. I think if you have a significant injury, in my case, the broken ankle that heals incorrectly, and you don't address it over many years, and you keep working out and you keep playing sports, it can eventually lead to some pretty significant muscle imbalances, meaning things are misaligned in that if your foot doesn't move properly, that your knees aren't going to move symmetrically, neither are your hips. That's going to, if your hips are out of alignment, you can see how your spine, some of the back muscles and shoulders, everything is going to end up being a little bit crooked because your body is extremely adaptable. It's extremely good at compensating for issues. And most people have some degree of imbalance or issues. I think it just depends how severe it becomes. And in my case, it became severe enough, things got out of alignment enough, I was stupid enough to not do anything about it as the signs started to show up in my early to mid-20s, that eventually my left shoulder got so far out of position that it kind of pushes on some.
If Russia can invade Ukraine without getting nuked, Why can't the West invade Belarus without getting nuked? We should invade Belarus. Thoughts?
Well, the US wouldn't really get anything out of doing that. So just having Ukraine win against Russia, not involving any American troops, would be the best outcome for the US. And then obviously, because Belarus is a puppet Russian state, Belarus won't really be a problem. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Type of a nerve and leads to a little bit of numbness and tingling up the left side of my head. After several years of stopping working out when this happened and just kind of living, I was still able to like move around. I could play basketball a little bit. I started to understand the issues more, but I could not resistance train at all. There was nothing, any type of significant resistance training for my chest, back, legs even, would worsen the imbalance.
So, today at my work, my boss threw a pizza party and handed me my vegan pizza personally while he set the non-vegan pizzas out on the table. It was delicious and filling. Smile also. I never knew this vegan org existed in my country, lol.
American Vegan Society. Okay. Well, that's good to hear that you enjoyed some pizza. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Pull the shoulder further out of position, pull the hips further out of position, and just make the problem significantly worse. And to me, I was like, this is pretty severe to the point where I should probably stop lifting weights since it's giving me such negative feedback, or I'm getting such negative symptoms from it. After several years of that and seeing a lot of different professionals, doctors, physiotherapists, chiros, podiatrists, which is a foot expert, athletic therapists, osteopaths, which are trained a little bit more in like how the human body is connected, whereas I would say physios and chiros focus more locally on acute issues, meaning if you tear your ACL, it's great to go see a physio. They're going to give you a rehab program to fix that. Anyways, surgeon looked into surgery. They thought it'd make it worse. Got a CT scan that showed there's a number of fractures and some mild arthritis and all this other stuff that I was unaware of, because when the injury happened at 16, I got x-rays and they said, you're fine. It's just an little ankle sprain, go back to playing basketball. And I did, and made it worse, and everything kind of compounded. It's not the end of the world. My downwardly rotated position, as you can see here, it's sitting a bit lower on my back and closer to the spine. Okay, and so that's because the right hip is elevated, and so everything is kind of dumping into the left side. The lumbar erector, some of the lower back muscles, the QL, quadratus lumborum, as well as the lat on that side are all short and kind of pulling down, and that's leading to that shoulder blade sitting in a lower position than it normally would. Eventually, I kind of got a grip on this and understood that, okay, anything that pulls the shoulder blade down or retracts it or downwardly rotates it, which is your lats, which is your pec minor, is going to make the problem worse. I eventually figured out that I could do overhead tricep extensions. I just started with bodyweight skull crushers because it puts that shoulder blade in a upwardly rotated, protracted, and elevated position, which is the opposite of the position that it's sitting in. It's elevating it, it's protracting it, spreading it away from the spine, and it's upwardly rotating it. So it's putting a stretch on all those muscles that are chronically short and tight and problematic. And so I was able to do some bodyweight skull crushers without causing problems, as long as I stretch out my hips and stretch out my pecs and my back ahead of time.
Do you like hemp protein? It improves my focus. Don't know if hemp protein's improving your focus, but it does taste good.
And do all this different mobility shit that I've slowly kind of pieced together. I can do, a few sets of bodyweight skull crushers and get a little arm pump. So it started out as that, like 4 years ago. Being upright and doing with exacerbating the problem. A lot of stretch tension on those lats. Again,
this video's fucking boring. I'm not watching fucking any of these. Yeah, fuck it.
Just bear with me if you've already seen it. Basically, before dating apps and social media, a college-age woman, or high school, whatever age, is their dating pool is limited. I think college is probably a better idea. Yeah. It's probably a better example. Their dating pool is limited to the other college students of the same age and around their peers. But with Tinder, now they can message a 30-year-old guy who lives 5-10 miles away and was a car. So when this woman swipes right on a 20-year-old college student and a 30-year-old career guy, she thinks they're both attractive. messages both of them. The 30-year-old guy says, I can pick you up in my Honda Civic and we can go to the lake or go see a movie. And the college guy says, you want to hang out my dorm with my dorm mates. Which one's she going to pick?
She's going to pick the guy who isn't in the dorm.
Yeah. So like, for me...
Yeah, because if you're going to college, you automatically don't have a car or can go anywhere.
Man, I'm a couple weeks away from being 34. But I grew up at a time, I was coming of age when these social media platforms were being built. So I exploited all of them.
Yes.
I had a very normal teenage and years and 20s and everything, dating, hooking up, partying, all the good stuff. And I skateboarded all the time, and I was arrogant, cocky, just awful person, all that. And the ladies loved it.
He sucks at skateboarding, and no women have ever found him attractive.
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I mean, they kind of did. And now I'm in my 30s, and I can go on dating apps and be like, oh yeah, yep, you got it. And then these other guys who are like 26 have no experience.
There are no girls hitting this loser up on fucking dating apps, dude. Bro, like, this bald, angry, fucking out of shape midget. Holy shit.
Because guys like me have dominated the dating apps for the entire time.
Yep.
So when they're 30, they've never dated
Oh,
before.
this is hilarious. Oh my god. This fucking guy? Yeah, there are definitely hot-ass young girls swiping right on this fucking dipshit's Tinder profile. Oh my god.
They've tried a dating app and it didn't work. They're probably not going to want to go back on it when they're 30.
Who does he think he's fooling?
Like for it's
Never
like
tried one.
Well, it's like for women, it's just you just sit there and you're inundated with messages from literally everyone, and then guys go in and message literally everyone.
Yep.
It's become awful. So I've basically walked away from it, just like ugh, it's trash. But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family because
Do you think Tim Pool's Beanie unintentionally functions as a pressure chamber that's rendered his brain as smooth as porcelain?
Yeah, maybe it's like unintentionally warmed his brain too much and it's slowly decaying from the extra heat. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
My dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You're saying, I thought he was being satirical when he said it too, because it was like a pause, and I thought this was going to be a punchline. It's because he just spent the last hour lecturing everybody about the fact that dating is so tough for ordinary people because they don't make enough money. Women are pretty much drawn to men who make a lot of money.
Tim Pool make money.
He's like multi-millionaire.
Okay, I'm not
He's into
crazy.
hypergamy. He's talking about how women are hypergamous, all this other stuff. But at the same time,
you're 34.
I can't find a woman who wants to have a relationship with me. Like, yeah, right.
And still not.
You can't. Everyone else is the problem.
Like, he's the cheat code.
I couldn't believe when he said that sentence. Problem's not me. Definitely not me. Anyone who says that sentence, man or woman, run for the hills. Okay. When they say the problem is everyone else, that's because the way that they operate their life is my way or the highway, and they're probably not reasonable. If you can honestly look at all your dating experience and say the problem has always been everyone else and never you, you're 1,000% a part of the problem. Everyone plays a role in some relationships failing. There's just no way you get to that point in life and you're never involved in any of the failures. Either in the selection of the people you choose, the kind of women you go after, the kind of behavior you exhibit in the relationship. You have to lack self-awareness to say, I've never been a problem.
Other people. It's not you. To him. No, I'm sorry.
You're right.
No, it's
right.
no.
You're right.
No, not this time. Usually the common denominator is you.
The common denominator is infinity.
Yeah.
It's all the numbers.
Yes. Not you. Not the one.
That's crazy.
In all the relationship, who was wrong? Them. They're the common denominator.
Bro, these guys sell you doom and gloom, say the world is for the rich. They are filthy rich and they still can't make it work. And you would think that, like, yo, you look at guys like Myra and you look at all these fresh and fit, you look at Red Pill, the high value men types. None of them have traditional families. Even though they yap on about it and conservative values, they're all sleeping around left, right, and center. They fucking left, right, and center. They having kids out of wedlock. They all do this shit. And then they want to lecture you about doom and gloom and just get you to pay for their subscription services. It's actually the craziest amount of pimping. These dudes pimp out lonely men. They're telling you, get rich, be successful, this is the way. They are all those things, and they don't make it work.
No, they pimp out lonely simps.
crazy.
Pimping simps.
Oh yeah, and these dudes are simping for these guys. They'll get in the comment sections, they'll harass you, they'll threaten you because you went after their hero. I'm like, bro, that's more pathetic than simping for an OnlyFans model. You simping for a dude who's literally stealing your money and making you more lonely. That's crazy. But yeah, moving past that.
So like when it comes to the women that I've been in relationships with, so one relationship I was in was a woman had a career. And so we never saw each other. And she's like, I'm not giving up my career. I'm like, well, I'm certainly not.
Yeah.
You're not giving up my career. I'm not.
Doesn't compromise, chooses somebody who has a lifestyle who's incompatible with his. Everyone else is the problem, not Tim Pool. Dude works 18 hours a day, chooses someone else who...
By the way, this is the same guy who says he has young women throwing themselves at them, and presumably if they're a young woman, they're not really going to have a career, or they're going to be more willing to give up their career to be with, like, some rich dude. Like, no women who are a good catch would ever date this bald, out-of-shape, angry midget.
Who works 10 hours a day, everyone else is a problem, not how he chooses. How does that make sense?
Do the shoulders again.
How does that make sense? You guys would laugh at anyone if they told you this as an employer. They're saying, I'm trying to hire a full-time employee. They hire a part-timer who works weekends only.
A student.
You look stupid. That's on you. That's not the employee's fault. How is that their fault?
Well, the employees are trash. Because if you really like the company, you should be devoted for it.
Yeah, and it's like you start dating someone's like, all right, well, I have a job. I make more money than you. You should give up your job and you stay more time and spend more time with me.
Just say that.
But hold up. Just because you make more money at your job doesn't mean the other person wants to stop working. Doesn't mean that they don't want to be fulfilled in that way. And if they want that, there's nothing wrong with that. Just because you make more, you're not entitled to tell them to quit their job. They don't have to give up their lifestyle. They're not the problem. You guys have chosen the wrong people. Both of you guys are the problem in this situation.
I'm going to tell you this.
Crazy.
If you say it's my way or the highway, or you have a my way or the highway attitude, just say that you're not available to date. You're not available. Because being available to date actually requires you to be, what's that word? Available. And you're not. You don't want to budge. You don't want to move. And if everybody's the problem. Like, listen, my guy, you're a cheat code. You're rich. You're not half bad looking. Lightning.
What do you mean? Tim Pool is half bad looking. He's worse than half bad. He's mostly bad.
You ain't see what's under that beanie. And you can't wear that beanie when you have sex. Because if you do, that's crazy.
You don't...
I honestly think wearing a beanie in sex is worse, like 1,000 times worse than balding.
I think he has to wear the beanie during sex.
No, he does not.
He has.
No.
He's not the problem, sir.
What if this motherfucker got an afro?
Yeah, but...
And he's like 1/10 black. And he's just been hiding his Negro-ness.
And then some other women are like, I want to go adventure and do my thing. And I'm like, I'm all about freedom and liberty, so you do your thing, I guess. And the only option I really have is to be like, no, you must be the wife. And like, that's not me.
Yep, exactly.
So I haven't found...
So you got to find somebody who wants to, you know, start a family and be maybe a stay-at-home mother, you know,
But
something.
here's the challenge with that. My perspective, personality, what I find attractive are all based on liberal urban sensibilities.
Yep.
And so most of the women in that space are going to be fiercely independent careerists and not necessarily compatible.
That is some bullshit. This guy's a fucking conservative.
Oh my God, you can't make this
Bullshit.
My guy, what the ladies realize at 30, you're going to realize at 40.
Man, yo, everybody want to build a bear bitch. A Build-A-Bear RPG Maker character. I would like someone who's got 10 points into trad con, but also 8 points into artistic endeavors. Doesn't want to work. My guy.
So, you know, over the past several years, I've been, you know, increasingly successful. I have no problem and no concerns about starting a family whenever I need to. But most of the women that, you know, I have been with are like, can't career.
Yep.
And so there have been some who are like nearly 40. And I'm like,
Yeah, it's getting up there a little bit.
And it's no offense. I'm just saying like...
40-year-old women are lovely, okay?
No, the issue isn't them being 40. It's the difference in my age to their age and where I am in my life. And the same is true with younger women too. So I could certainly find like a younger woman who's like, I just want to, and I'm like, but we're just
and, you know, I mean, there's biology that comes into play too there. If you're looking to start a family and, you know, she's already in her 40s, then there could be some...
This guy gets no fucking pussy, clearly. Like, none.
trouble, and that could be hard, and that might not fit your what you want in your life.
Yep.
So now he has a problem with women who are younger than him, but you decide to prioritize your work and your profession and put dating by the wayside and just put all your time into that. And then you get to 34, come to realize like you really want this whole family situation. You're having regrets because you saw your dad, but this is just a result of your choices. Don't blame this on feminism. Don't blame this on the... If feminism didn't come about, the very liberal values that you love so much in these women wouldn't even exist. If everyone just remained stay-at-home wives, all that shit that you...
He's making it up. He's making it up. He is a fucking conservative. He wants a tradcon wife. And this is all a cope because, buddy, like, I mean, Jordan Peterson put it best. You know, there are women who will see you and they'll say, you know, you're a great guy and everything, but I don't like your genetics and I don't want to have a kid with your genes. Bro, this guy is a fucking midget, bald, out of shape, unattractive. Like, how many fucking women are going to want to breed with this guy? Imagine having kids that look like this. That would be fucking terrifying for any fucking woman, having a kid with a genetically inferior specimen like this. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Women just don't want to have fucking kids with you, bro. Like, that's just it.
yapping about that you're looking for in a woman.
And like, on top of that, he has a terrible fucking personality. He's this angry, fucking insecure dipshit.
You look well rested. Is Frankie still radio silent?
I am well rested, and yes, Frank still has not posted any content, and I think it's been 2 weeks now. Yeah, 2 weeks since his last upload. Absolutely nothing. I'm assuming his mental health is in shambles. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam.
It wouldn't even exist in anybody. I don't know. To be honest, I'll never understand it. This makes me think of the people who want to travel for 10 years and just be a fucking nomad and then come to find out they have no community to really come back to, no roots that they've planted anywhere, or they haven't built a family and they're in their mid-30s and they haven't launched up their career and they're like, oh, it's a result of your actions. You're dealing with the consequences. Take accountability. But instead of doing that, you blaming everybody else. That's crazy.
The result of everybody else.
Crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you a player your whole life, come to your mid-30s, you got zero relationship skills, then you want to blame women for...
Bro, it's Tim Pool. He was never a player. No women ever had any interest in this fucking dude. It's all a cope.
For not knowing how to act when it's actually you don't know how to compromise, you don't know how to deal with nothing. Stop blaming everybody else. Crazy. And then, you know what I hate about this? It's always the dudes who be yapping about accountability. Oh, you reap what you sow. You know, this is the...
Stop making fun of Tim Pool for being a virgin. I'm a virgin and there's nothing wrong with it. I just have high standards and I'm waiting for the right girl.
Just keep telling yourself that. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
The result of your actions. And then they sit here blaming the field instead of themselves. I think like most things in life, things are never as bad as people make it seem, but they're not as great either, right? They're normally somewhere in the middle, right? You go online, people will have you doomed out like crazy, thinking the world's about to end. And you go to real life and people are really just not concerned about a lot of this shit because it's just not in their purview and they're not privy to a lot of it. There is some truth to the stuff of hypergamy, but it's never as bad as people make it seem to be. There is some truth to the fact that women do like men who make more money, but if you look at the numbers too, women date a lot of men who are around their income level or sometimes a little bit less, and that's becoming a more and more common trend. All right? This whole idea that it's only for the rich, I see so many poor and middle-class people who are constantly getting married and making it work. This idea that you're never going to make it work unless you make six figures is just nonsense, okay? This idea that you have to be a Chad is also nonsense. I see so many ugly guys who get it on with girls. Hell, I look decent now, but when
Tim Pool is just lying, and this is an obvious cope.
How Tim Pool reacts here is pretty funny tbh. He's normal height BTW. Vids, come on, give them a shot.
Alright, I'm looking for Tim Pool. Have you seen him? I don't even know who that is. I'm gonna steal his hat.
Billboards all across the arbiters of what is definition of the word bigot. And you are noticeable.
All right.
Look at that.
Bro, you come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth. You understand that?
I understand.
Don't fucking touch me. We have a right. Do you realize?
He's like 5'8". I guess that's average height for a man, but Tim Pool height. Okay, it says he's 5'10" and a half. I think he might have snuck in an inch or two there. He is like 5'8", 5'9". I'd be surprised if he was actually 5'10". There's a few sources saying he's 5'10", but I'm pretty sure this info is submitted in manually, like by him, with his height. Not so. I think he snuck in an inch or two. I think he's like 5'8", 5'9".
The death of...
I'm not watching Fillion. Other vids, give him a shot. Why, like, dude, you send me the dumbest fucking videos. I'm not watching a 3-hour interview with Andrew Huberman. Like, are you insane? Thanks for the donation, dude. He's out of shape. Not good looking. Bald. And he's an angry, insecure, abrasive. Yeah, angry, insecure, judgmental, and abrasive person. Women just don't like him and don't want to have kids with him. The idea that he's meeting women his age saying they're just too focused on their career when he's a millionaire and probably has a net worth of at least 20 million. There's just no way. He's never had any women interested in him, and he's just making up this story that all the women he's interested in are just incompatible is BS. They just don't like him, don't want to have kids with him, and they'd rather work. They'd rather work on their own careers and make less money than live a cushy life getting taken care of if it means spending time with that jackass. Just think about it. He's meeting a woman who's in their 30s and they're telling him, "Oh, I'm just not giving up my career." This guy is a fucking millionaire. At least has a net worth of like 20 million, probably more. If he was a good catch, these girls would be like, oh, all right, I'll not work as much or maybe quit my job, just be with you as long as you'll take care of me. Like, if he was a good catch, there's just no fucking way.
I was in my mid-20s to early 20s, like, I look like a wretch. Listen, I look like something. And I was still making it work. I knew a lot of dudes who were even uglier who were making it work. This whole doomer shit online is like, hey, if you're not a Chad, I think this is just behavior that a lot of people engage in to make their own inability to make things work seem more satisfying. It's not me, just society's changed, so I'll never find a mate. You have some accountability in all of this. Yes, things may have gotten difficult in some areas, but they've also gotten easier in others. And people who don't want to acknowledge that, always hand on their doom, I think they're just looking for excuses to justify why they're not getting the results they want. I'm on social media. I see ugly people getting married all the time. Good for them.
I go outside.
Could Timothy be talking about trans women, Daddy?
Probably not. But thanks for the donation, Einfeld.
I go outside with the amount. Actually, with the amount of people that I know that consult, because now consulting and having a therapist or whatnot is a thing that is in right now. So with the amount of that, I see less and less people. There's still some people that do that. The delusional stuff is still present, but there's less and less of that. And there's more people that are more conscious. No, I just really want to be like happy and let me cut all the extra stuff. So I've seen more and more people just go for something that they really, going for something that is less flamboyant and more, less like, oh, you know what? Someone that's rich, that's making this and that that has people are more. From what I've seen around me, maybe it's the Canadian thing.
They are humbled.
Yeah. Life
humbles.
Hey,
you guys just see the delusional people because the delusional people spend a lot of time.
Are highlighted.
No, it's just they spend a lot of time online,
and they are highlighted.
They're loud about it too.
They are highlighted,
and it's flagrant, so it stands out. But a lot of happy people don't got no time to be on social media. They're out here doing shit. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Miserable people go online to look for answers. Happier people are not online looking at red pill shit. They're not.
Misery loves
company. So you're only going to be in comment sections with other people who are miserable. Why would you be watching some of this shit? It's just dudes just yelling at you. Who got time for that if you're actually happy in your life? Who got time to be like, oh my God, the feminist, if you're actually with a woman you really enjoy being with? I just couldn't imagine having a good time in my date and be like, you know what I need to do while I'm having fun? Let me go watch somebody called feminist whores. They're like, who got time for that? That's why that was the thing during the pandemic. You didn't go outside, so you just thought this shit was so real. Then you go outside and you talk like, what the fuck is red pill? What is this?
You think that's why it toppled?
They don't care.
You think that's why it toppled?
It was never a really big thing. It looked bigger than it was because again we're online. Literally nobody in real life knows about this shit or cares. So this is another touching grass segment. Do not listen to these creators because they will have you thinking everything is going to end. And that's their job too. Why? Because miserable and fearful people are going to pay money to support them. When you think there's a war coming, you will invest in order to be ahead of the curve. I'm just saying. Did you not hear it come out of his own mouth? It's not me, it's everyone else. How many times have y'all heard women say that shit and these guys flame the fuck out of them? And justifiably so. But here's a grown man repeating that same shit. How many times you gonna hear that? How many times you gonna hear men yell goofy ass shit like, oh, men are the prize? What? Are you not just a men? I'm the whole table. And you guys are gonna be like, yes, queen. Y'all gotta stop that, fellas. Do not repeat what these ladies said when you was flaming it for it and then act like you didn't do that shit. That's crazy.
You talk your talk, King.
Timpool has a fiancé as far as I know. The vid is outdated. Regarding why I submit retarded shit, obviously because it's entertaining to see you roast. Come on, let's watch some of the Rogan Huberman vid.
I'm not watching Rogan Huberman. Body transformation, fat shredded, like what is this?
A guy had a testicle hanging next to a kid. It's like, what are we doing here? We're playing Belmar or Nate Belmar. Bad physique, because I openly talked about it. By which means and who has the authority and power over you to tell you, oh, you have to put your before and after to split testing everything. That doesn't mean I was lazy. I've been like walking. They start doing their private gyms.
I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude. India hates cows. 90 dollars. Wish more Indian vegetarians would wake up and realize their choice to still support animal abuse. They will tell you they are vegetarian because they love animals, but if you mention veganism, they get hostile.
So we came late night at around 12:30 a.m. to this small-scale dairy farm, and we'll just show you the situation. That's henna, and you can see the conditions of these cows. Look at their udders. It's 12:30 a.m. at night. They are tied up. They can't sleep the whole night. They'll have to stay in this position throughout the night. And you can see their fecal matters on the floor. This is where they are excreting and urinating. It's such a strong, pungent smell that we can't even stand here.
So this is the reality of small-scale dairy farm in India. And they say that cows are treated like mothers in our country. We really need to ask ourselves honestly, is this how we will treat our own mothers?
Yeah, that's fucked. Thanks for that donation. India hates cows.
Hey, how are you? How's the new tattoo looking? Sexy?
Yeah, this is fake.
I'm not cleaning y'all up. This ain't my first rodeo. I'm getting the next 4 weeks off. As far as I'm concerned, he's my hero. When I come back, there'll be plenty to clean. I'll be mopping all day. I might get a bonus. He hung out with me. He liked me.
Why are you hanging out with a kid?
Life's short. Don't wait for prom. Let's get it. Let's get it. How old are you?
I'm 17.
Who's your favorite janitor? You're safe with me. He's not gonna shoot his best friend. I ate lunch with him. We're good. Some of y'all kids deserve it, though. He's taking out the trash. Some of y'all put the trash in the recycling, and the recycling in the trash. He's taking out the trash. Hey, buddy. Tear it up. Boom. Oh, he's with me. He's with me. Watch the carpet, okay? Why would he kill his best friend? Why would he kill his best friend? I'm him.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Yeah, King. Yeah, King. Do your thing.
You talk your talk.
Know your worth, King.
That's right.
You the table. You don't even answer that question. Know your worth.
I want to present to you some ideas, and then you can just tell me what you think.
Sure.
And then we'll start from there.
That sounds great.
So have you heard that like young dudes aren't dating for the most part? Like they're not hooking up, they're virgins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, before we even go anything, why do you think that is?
I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with dating apps and women having more options now.
So I'll explain this idea, and I guess you agree.
Yeah.
But we did a segment on this before, so just bear with me if you've already seen it. Basically, before dating apps and social media, a college-age woman or high school, whatever age, is their dating pool is limited. I think college is probably a better idea.
Yeah.
It's probably a better example. Their dating pool is limited to the other college students of the same age and around their peers. But with Tinder, now they can message a 30-year-old guy who lives 5-10 miles away and who has a car. So when this woman swipes right on a 20-year-old college student and a 30-year-old career guy, she thinks they're both attractive, messages both of them. The 30-year-old guy says, "I can pick you up in my Honda Civic and we can go to the lake or go see a movie." And the college guy says, "You want to hang out my dorm with my dorm mates? Which one's she going to pick?"
She's going to pick the guy who isn't in the dorm.
Right. So you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
But would you say that's materialism, or do you think it's just?
I think it's biological.
Explain. What do you mean?
Like women are driven to find a mate, whether or not you like it or not. Like we're driven to be like, okay, who can support us? And men are driven to be like, okay, well, who's going to give us healthy children? These are biological impulses that we have. So a woman whose options are a guy with no job, drinks all the time, parties, like his age, it's age appropriate. You should be doing that stuff. But she had these. That was her pool. And now she has men who have jobs and money and houses and are ready to do that, to be who she is biologically driven to want to be. And so she's going to choose that unless she's wanting to party to like the dorm guy and not ready to settle down.
Because there's some, I think there's a mix between biological and social.
Yep.
I don't think it's purely one or the other. I think typically you'll find from like the feminists, it's all social constructs.
Yes.
But there was a study I just talked about earlier on one of my other channels that when a woman gets a promotion, she is more likely to get divorced. If a man gets a promotion, there's no change.
Do you think she gets divorced by like her saying, "I want to get divorced now because I can support myself," or is it the man saying, "I can't live with you being more successful"?
I think it's both.
That's
interesting. So my opinion is, I think typically, not always, a woman wants a man who is of higher status than they are.
Yep.
Somebody who's capable, strong, confident, that they can look up to
Yep.
and know if you can rely on yourself as a woman, and then you have this powerful benefit in this strong man who's also providing you like a safety net, I guess.
Yeah.
And then men want to feel like protectors.
Yes.
So you flip the dynamic. If the woman gets a promotion, now the man feels inadequate.
It's almost emasculation.
Yeah.
No, I don't really care about geography stuff.
And so I know that it's funny, you'll see a lot of feminists will say something like, oh, boo-hoo, the poor man, you know, it's like, it doesn't matter what you think about it. It matters that men feel this.
I would have to look at that study because I don't believe anyone who cites most of this shit online. But I'm curious. Do you believe that to be true? Do you believe that when a woman gets a promotion, a man's insecure about it?
American Economic Association. For all the progress women have made in the workplace, there's still a lot of work to be done promoting gender equality at the top. Figure above from their paper shows the share of job candidates who remain married to their spouse when they were up for promotion, indicated by the black vertical line. Overall, women who received a promotion, black line, were much less likely to stay married than peers who were not promoted. Okay, so these are the women who are promoted. These are the women who were not promoted. The authors found that promoted women get divorced at twice the rate of non-promoted women, resulting in a 7% point divorce gap 3 years later. So this isn't that significant, by the way. It's a 7% difference. Meanwhile, the panel on the right shows no change for men who are equally likely to stay married whether or not they moved up the job ladder. The authors found no evidence of temptation effect or that promoted women leave their spouse because they found a new partner, nor was there much support for the explanation that women left because their promotion gave them financial independence. Indeed, the women in their sample were high earners before the bump in position. However, they did find some evidence that the new position touched on sensitivities to social norms around how much wives should be earning relative to their husbands. So this is from All the Single Ladies, Job Promotions, and the Durability of Marriage. That's what the paper's from. Okay. So it seems to be likely this discrepancy is from... Wonder who initiated the divorce? That would be kind of interesting. So supposedly this is from... Fuck you. Supposedly this is from men being insecure that their wives are making more money. This 7% discrepancy. My God. Apparently, apparently this data was collected in Sweden, so this might be a little more culturally specific. Sweden has no-fault divorce. Couples are not required to undergo mediation or a period of living separately. In most cases, divorce proceedings can be processed within 1 month. Divorce law mandates a 6 months cooling off period before filing for and finalizing divorce if at least one spouse demands it, or if the couple has children under 16. Main results are shown in Figure 5, descriptive evidence in the top panel and regression evidence below. Plots show time trends and marriage durability for men and women separately. Ben Boyd on Tellers, have you ever watched this guy's videos? He's really smart.
Everything about life, everything about existence, everything about experience tells us know enough to be able to understand what it's a situation where no matter what they do, they lose. They can choose to not unalive other people, but they will be unalived. Is that a good thing? Just because you were brought into this room and you didn't even consent, you didn't even say yes. Do you understand how messed up it is to have to do something for a very long time that you didn't consent to? You would be fine.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. There are no clear differential pre-trends between the spousal earnings of either men or women. Post-promotion estimates also appear void of spousal adjustments, which to some extent is a research finding in itself. This finding helps us rule out gender differences. Spousal responses after promotion or lack thereof is a major mechanism behind our baseline finding that promotions raise the divorce rate among women but not men. Also shows that families do not respond to promotions with large shift in labor market specialization. Let's see. Position of CEO is clearly the most prestigious in any firm and is typically the pinnacle of a career within the organization. Being CEO of a firm with more than 100 employees, top job in the private sector, annual earnings. Why does a promotion lead to divorce for women but not men? In the section, we estimate the main analysis in subsamples of data, detect common features. Testing, rejecting a temptation effect. Women's divorce is motivated by exposure to potential new partners. Promotion can change a person's work environment, introduce them to new potential partners. Women's divorce motivated by exposure to potential partners. They should be concentrated among women who are the least exposed opposite sex coworkers prior to their promotion. We measured the promotion number of opposite sex coworkers in the politician's previous workplace. So this is like high level earners, by the way. So these are like really high level earners in Sweden that have either political careers or they're CEOs. I don't think you can really extrapolate this out much to like American culture and most people's work situations. We excluded the politicians themselves for this calculation to reduce noise. We drop a workplace with fewer than 10 employees. Sample is then split by the median of the share or absolute number of colleagues of the opposite sex. Two resulting groups have either low or high expected temptation effects. Black bars show the promotion of men and women that divorce 3 years after the promotion by promotion status. Gray bars show proportion that remained at 8 years after the promotion. The numbers below each set of bars shows the ratio of remarriage to divorce for each combination of sex promotion status. Wasn't really any difference in remarriage. 22% of the promoted and divorced women remarried, compared to 27% of the promoted and divorced men, and the more than 30% of divorces of either sex who are not promoted. This result that promoted and divorced women are less likely than others to remarry offers additional evidence against the temptation effect as an explanation for the higher divorce rate of promoted women. Economic theory suggests that marriages may destabilize if job promotions move the division of paid, unpaid labor away from the spouse's expectations of those divisions. The husband is promoted in a gender-traditional couple that has specialized around his career since its early stages. This confirms with expectations. If, however, the wife is promoted in a gender-traditional couple, this deviates from the expectation. We expect women's divorces to be concentrated in traditional marriage rather than more gender-equal marriages. In the early stages of the relationship, divorce is more likely to occur when the promoted woman is younger by her spouse by a large margin, took a relatively larger share of the perinatal leave. Strikingly, we find no evidence effect in the subsample of women in more gender-equal couples. When the couple is closer in age, and when the husband took relatively more parental leave, there is no increase in the divorce rate after the woman's promotion. So this seems to just be about relationship expectations. So basically what they're finding is that if the expectation in the marriage was that a woman was going to focus on taking care of the kids, and the man was going to make most of the money, and especially when there's a large age gap, if the woman's promoted, starts making more money, takes care of the kids less, that's the biggest predictor for divorce. Yeah, so Tim Pool's probably a bit of an idiot and didn't actually read the study. Thanks for the gifted membership, Chris. For your entertainment, donate $2 for your entertainment purposes. Enjoy.
Just a bit. You want to push?
Oh, yeah, that's why I'm not doing it. Oh, whoa, what the hell? Hey, holy shit, oh, what the hell? Oh, you're crazy.
That's a nice whale.
Dude, great twice. Count as a VW. Holy.
It's fucking 12 feet long and it weighs about a...
Okay, thanks for the donation. Dodo donated $2.
You wanna
like you're unique, but baby, please. Monster lady, gay, show your teeth, this is all me, God hates you. Fake love substitution is your game, you're just a fraud. But any halfwit sees your hate for fans and for your God. Oh, 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 you pissed off God, you'll see what he's got. Oh, 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 you pissed off God, you'll see what he's got.
That was cringe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yubaba donated $2. Very handsome. Oh. That's a nice monkey. Oh my god. Is that a little chipmunk? Oh my god, he's having a snack. Those are some good munches. Listen to him do a munch. Oh my goodness. That's some good munching. Wow. He's doing some good munching. Those prairie dogs? The hell is that? Like, I was just looking out the window munching. Oh my god. Those are some good chonkos. I like prairie dogs. They're really sweet. Oh my god. Look at them. They're having a nap. Those are good prairie dogs. Mushroom, part of human evolution. I don't know if they really played a role in human evolution. Certainly have played a role in the evolution of human culture. Thanks for the donation, Yubaba.
Got it. Because she's making...
I'll just leave another comment. Read the study Tim Pool was talking about. It was a study out of Sweden looking at men and women who mostly had political jobs or were CEOs. They found that in traditional marriages with a much younger wife who was responsible for most of the child rearing, had a high likelihood of divorce if they were to get a promotion and out-earn their husbands. They didn't find a link between couples with a more even relationship and age difference and with a more even relationship and age difference. They didn't find a link between couples with a more even relationship and age difference. The woman got a promotion. So this is likely more culturally specific to Sweden and the jobs / careers they were assessing. Most people probably don't have to worry about this. Dodo donate $2. Allah's wrath. Lightning strikes the Mecca clock tower in Saudi Arabia. That looks cool. Hillary Clinton was right about Tulsi Gabbard.
I'm not making any predictions, but I think they've got their eye on somebody who's currently in the Democratic primary and are grooming her to be the third-party candidate. She's the favorite of the Russians. They have a bunch of sites and bots and other ways of supporting her so far.
Now, when asked if Clinton was referring to Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, Democrat of Hawaii, Clinton's spokesman said, quote, "If the nesting doll fits," he added, quote, "If the Russian propaganda machine, both their state media and their bot and troll operations, is backing a candidate aligned with their interests, that is just a reality. It is not speculation."
I'm not making...
Yeah, you can say what you want about Hillary Clinton, but she's actually pretty smart. Like, she is a lawyer, very well educated. She is a smart woman. She's horribly, horribly unlikable and a terrible person, but she is pretty smart. Gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
More money now. I mean, this is all gonna be anecdotal, so we just chat. But yeah,
I've heard about it, but I've nothing to confirm it. You know, I remember, like, my girl had what happened. Why are you smiling?
I don't know. I just couldn't imagine being in a relationship with somebody, and all of a sudden I look at my bank account and there's more money, and I'm like, man, I hate this bitch.
I can understand that there could be some men that would be more uncomfortable with that. I would understand. I'm not that. That's not me. But the way I've seen a couple of men acting out there and the insecurities that's out there, I could see that whenever you got, like, for example, I had a job, my girl was taking care of something that they used to do every year for breast cancer, right? A huge gala and stuff like that. And then you get to meet all the coworkers. All the coworkers she already makes more money than me.
Right.
All the coworkers are making more money than me. You know what I mean? So when you're around, what do you do? All right, I'm a manager of this and that district. What are you doing? I'm a manager of this and that. I got these. And then what you doing? I'm a dancer. Not that kind. So I'm not like that, but I know there are a lot of people out there, a lot of guys out there that it will feel very uncomfortable.
You're on your bike. What are you doing in this situation?
I guess right away from the tsunami. Why the fuck does anybody want to listen to Taylor Swift? Her music isn't good. I don't understand this. Thanks for the donation, though, Nut Muffin.
Well, like that. Like, well, Peter at your job, I know there's some guys like that. Do I feel like women want a divorce? Maybe it's true that whenever they get promotions, they're more likely to divorce. I wouldn't necessarily put a correlation between the divorce and the promotion.
I mean, there's probably dozens of reasons why that's true. Is it because they're becoming more selfish and then they're like, I've gotten better place in life, so I want to get divorced? Or is it because they're working more hours, so they have less time to invest in their relationship?
Exactly.
And so that's what's causing friction between the two of them. The likelihood of her getting lots of promotions and a higher percentage of divorce could just be linked to the work aspect of it
exactly.
too, right? So again, these numbers, I don't know if they're real, but even if they are, what is the context behind them? What's the actual motivation? That's why I never like taking these. But you see how people will sometimes take a number and then just make their own narrative for why that's true.
Yes. Like, I can understand that someone getting a promotion, get the promotion, and then the tasks at home change and everything and stuff.
Godzilla donate $2. Behold our primate brothers. That's a monkey. That is another monkey. Gross. That gorilla baby looks like a person.
तो हो गया बचपन से मेरा बाप बदमाश था मैं भी बदमाश हूँ जी सो गया मुझे एक चीज का बदमाशी का खलनायक संजीदा दी हूँ जी मैं डॉन बनना मुझे
Well, those monkeys look like they get along with dogs. We are them.
It's rumored Hillary got Bill Clinton to sign off on bombing Serbia during the Yugoslavia crisis. She hadn't talked to him for months after the Lewinsky scandal but called him to urge action. Bill agreed in strong terms and got to clap them cheeks again.
Interesting. Thanks for the donation, retard. Well, that orangutan knows how to drive. Thanks for the donation, Godzilla. Dodo, donate $2. Do me a favor watch this after Abin preach video.
Democracy might be mathematically impossible.
Alright, we'll do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Not to mention she probably married a rapist. Well, he is a rapist. It's confirmed. Way too many women have come forward for him to not be a rapist. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
So with just that promotion, there's more pressure on the person. The person comes back home with a lot of pressure, a lot of They don't want to. When you're supposed to come back home, and that's just for me, to me. Your home is a safe haven.
Right.
Your home is your peace. I do not invite certain people, or it's gonna take a long time for you to be in my house.
Yeah.
Even if I've been friends with you for a long ass time, I've been friends with some people.
I mean, he's never invited me to this place. It happens.
I'm sorry, what's your name again?
There you go.
Exactly.
All right.
So I invite him. He doesn't come to my house. He doesn't want to because he dislikes everything I do. But
why do you say it like that? Why'd you say it like that? It's not wrong, but it's
not wrong, but it's really that. It's really that. You dislike everything I do and everything I have. And
I don't dislike everything you do.
You brought a call like, hey, because you saw how well it made you. Promotion.
All right.
This isn't a value judgment, a comment about human nature, nor a statement about how rare and unstable democratic societies have been in the history of civilization. Our current attempt at democracy, the methods we're using to elect our leaders, are fundamentally irrational, and this is a well-established mathematical fact. This is a video about the math that proved that fact and led to a Nobel Prize. It's a video about how groups of people make decisions and the pitfalls that our voting systems fall into. One of the simplest ways to hold an election is to ask the voters to mark one candidate as their favorite on a ballot. And when the votes are counted, the candidate with the most votes wins the election. This is known as first-past-the-post voting.
Hey Richard, did you get Mike Chang's Monster Mass Workout program? Only the first 1,000 guys who get it will also get a 30-day supply of his Afterburn Fuel supplement for free.
I did not get his Mass Monster workout program. So I lost out on that opportunity. Thanks for the donation, Six Pack Shortcuts PR team.
The name is kind of a misnomer, though. There is no post that any of the candidates need to get past. The winner is just the candidate with the most votes. This method likely goes back to antiquity. It has been used to elect members of the House of Commons in England since the 14th century, and it's still a common voting system with 44 countries in the world using it to elect its leaders. 30 of these countries were former British colonies. The US, being a former British colony, still uses first-past-the-post in most of its states to elect their representatives to the Electoral College. But first-past-the-post has problems. If you are selecting representatives in a parliament, you can and frequently do get situations where the majority of the country did not vote for the party that ends up holding the power. In the last 100 years, there were 21 times a single party held a majority of the seats in the British Parliament, but only 2 of those times did the
Retard donated $2, Kino. This is a real video Donald Trump just posted.
This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news. By popular demand, I'm doing a new series of Trump digital trading cards. You all know what they are. We've had a lot of fun with them. It's called the America First Collection. 50 all-new stunning digital trading cards. It's really something. These cards show me dancing and even me holding some Bitcoins. Here's the best part. I'm doing great things for my Trump digital card collectors. First, there's the real physical Trump cards. Purchase 15 or more of my Trump digital trading cards and we'll mail you a beautiful physical trading card. It's really, I think, quite something. Each physical trading card has an authentic piece of my suit that I wore for the presidential debate, and people are calling it the knockout suit. I don't know about that, but that's what they're calling it. So we'll cut up the knockout suit and you're going to get a piece of it, and we'll be randomly autographing 5 of them, a true collector's item. This is something to give your family, your kids, your grandchildren. Number 2 is to purchase 75 of my Trump digital trading cards, and you will also be invited to join me for a gala dinner at my beautiful country club in Jupiter, Florida. We really have tremendous dinners with my collectors.
Oh boy.
Have a lot of fun together. We're gonna have a good time. I'm keeping my Trump digital trading cards at the same price of $99 each. We've done that right from the beginning. So go to collecttrumpcards.com. It's really easy to buy. You just need an email address and a credit card or crypto. You know, they call me the crypto president. I don't know if that's true or not, but a lot of people are saying that. So don't miss out. Go to collecttrumpcards.com. Go right now and collect your piece of American history. Let's have fun together and enjoy my Trump cards. We're going to have a lot of fun. We'll be talking about it for a long time. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
You have to be such a fucking retard to buy something like this. There should be like a certified retard registry where you can just look up somebody's name, you can see like their criminal history and whether or not they're retarded. And if they buy this, you should be on the retard registry. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Majority of the voters actually vote for that party.
So a party which only a minority of the people voted for ends up holding all of the power in government.
You watch the first 2 minutes or so.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Stop resisting. Put your hands behind your back.
On May 4th, 2022,
I guess I can watch this, why not? Thanks for the donation, Barney's Scrotum.
Responded to an apartment complex regarding a disturbance in the parking lot.
What's up, man?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What car you in?
I ain't in any of these cars.
Let's go. Then you got to get out. Let's go.
Nah, I don't got to go nowhere.
You live here?
I don't got. Yeah, I live here. You don't got.
Okay,
what
what's your
you walking up on me like that for? What's up?
What's your address?
Take that vest off. Come on.
Take that vest off for me.
Come on. Take that vest off. You know. Come on. Take that shit off. Let's get it.
Right,
Let's get it, bro. What's up? What's up?
Do me a
Take
favor,
that
man.
shit off. Take that shit off. Laughing like you're not a bitch.
Do me a favor.
Like
sit
you're
down.
not a bitch.
Stop,
Take that shit off. Come on. Not take that shit off. Let's get it.
Where do you live?
Your partner here like he's gonna do something. You ain't gonna do shit.
Where do you live, man?
I live right here. There ain't nothing about
What's
it.
your address?
Do something about it.
Huh?
How about that? Take your shit off and do something about it. You like I want.
This kid is like 17 or 18, and this dude is like a foot taller and about... He's got at least 50 pounds on him. What is he thinking? He has to be like high or drunk or something.
Like you what? Like you want what?
I ain't gonna say nothing on that camera.
What
so
do you
I'm
gotta
saying,
do?
take
What do
that
you
off.
gotta do? What do you
Take
do?
it off and you'll see.
Okay,
take
take
it off
it
and
off
you'll
and
see. Yeah.
Let me get your ID.
You ain't gonna get shit.
Okay.
Take it off and you'll see. Well, what you laughing for? I'm writing your shit. Take it off.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Stop resisting.
That's a good judo takedown. Well
Put
deserved.
your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm a minor.
So why'd you get in my face? What, you gonna hit me?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
So why'd you get in my face then? I told you stop balling up your fist, right?
I did.
Okay, so why'd you get in my face? All right, stand up.
Not me too, sir.
Hey, you doing that? Hey, back up. Hey, back up.
Back up, back up.
What you doing that? Hey, back up.
Right now.
The f you doing, bro?
Back up. It's no big deal. It's no big deal.
Roll up on your side. Stand up. What you doing, bro?
Yes, I am also going to get arrested for no reason. This is just peak trailer trash. Is this Florida? Yeah, it's Florida.
Get back right now. Back up. Back up.
I got him.
Hey, what's wrong with y'all, man?
It's no big deal.
What's wrong with y'all?
Nah, it's
Back up. Hey, back up. Back up now.
I got him. Help, where you going? Nah, bro. It's all good. I ain't doing nothing. No, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's no big deal.
Sit down.
Do it. It's no big deal.
I love how he's talking mad shit, and then when they take him to the ground, he's like, I'm a minor.
It's no big deal. I ain't do nothing.
I'm trying to help him.
Joey! It ain't nothing. You let the man go to jail!
Dude, what is this shit?
I didn't do nothing, bro.
You were about to hit me, dude.
I was not about to.
So why'd you bar your fist and get in my face?
Because, dude, you're running up on me.
Yeah, okay.
Get your little bitch.
What's going on with him? Step out. Step out.
Hey, give me my keys, bro. I'm sorry. I was just hyped up, dude. I respect you.
410-4 right now. We just got a lot of subjects here. We got 110-15.
Why you going to jail right now? Why you going to jail?
If you get in my face,
I'm not in your face, bro. I'm sitting as close as it is, and you don't have a problem with him, huh?
It's 3 feet of space.
Hey, you a bitch,
Go stand over there right now.
You's a bitch, bro. You
bitch made, bro. You bitch
It's no
made.
big deal, bro. It's no big deal. Trust me. It's no big deal, bro.
Oh my god.
Riley, that's the brother of this 1015. Just make sure he stays away. I told you several chances. I said, hey, stop balling your fist. Chill out.
I apologize.
All right, I accept your apology, but
Seriously.
we didn't have to take it to this level, man.
I know. I'm sorry.
Like-
I was just hyped up.
It's like 15 of you guys gonna let you punch me in the face. What do you think I am, a punching bag? Well, you look like you were gonna hit me.
I know, and I apologize.
All right, why'd you what's all the balling up your fist?
Sorry, sir. I'm just hyped up. That's all. There's a situation going on, sir. Honestly, I apologize.
Yeah, but listen, man. Listen to me. Anytime you come across police, you ball up your fist and get at somebody's face. I'm not, what do you think? I'm a punching bag. I'm gonna let you punch me in the face.
No, I know, sir. Trust
Okay,
me.
so-
If you would taste me, I'd understand. Truthfully, like you got me in my ribs a couple times. It's fair.
Dude, yeah, because I don't know what your gig is, but I appreciate you calming down.
No, truthfully, like I put man to man, I'm sorry. Like,
Okay.
You got me hurt.
Okay, listen. It's not personal, man. I'm doing my job. I appreciate you being sorry, but you screwed up. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. I was acting big and tough. I f***ed up. And I got thrown on the ground.
Okay.
He's in my ribs for that shit.
No problem.
You
Stand by real quick.
fucking
You got anything else
dumbass.
in your pocket? Anybody? No.
So keep him over there.
Yeah, just keep him away.
20.
He's 20 years old? Someone over there said he was 16. If he's 20, then he's going down to county jail.
That's
All right. So regardless, you can call down in a few hours. They'll figure out how you can get him home, all right?
Yeah.
So, all right.
It is what it is, right?
Are you good with keeping him calm? He's not
No,
gonna
I
be an
got
issue
him.
for you?
I got him. Can I say one thing to my son before he leaves so he doesn't freak out?
I'll let him know.
Just crack the window. I don't have to
Well,
see.
I'll let the other officer know because our supervisor's going to talk to him. And then before they leave, I'll
It'll
let
only
them know.
take a second.
No, before they leave, I'll let them know you want to talk to them, all right? I just want to make sure you're good with the other son, okay?
Yeah, I am, but I'm good.
Tell if we can find out a charge for him, maybe to cool him down a little bit.
He's good.
I think it's probably resisting arrest or something like that.
They've been together because I wasn't around for a while.
Right. It's
have
probably
each
a
other?
misdemeanor. It's
They
probably a
only have
misdemeanor
each other.
resisting arrest charge. He was wanting to know. He's fired up about it.
No, I want to be no, I don't care. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing
Would you try this product? Could be cool. Have you ever been to a raw restaurant? I'd never do a full raw diet, but some of the food looks really cool.
Can I make chicken from one in?
I've never been to a raw restaurant. I don't think I'd ever go to one. If I'm going to a restaurant, I want, like, cooked food. It would have to be pretty spectacular. Like, but I can't imagine raw food being as good on average as, like, cooked food.
Ingredient, hemp protein. And will it taste any good? In a world where my food gets called out for being over-processed, this is the least processed food as it gets. You process it yourself. Terra Meat sent me this chicken making kit for an unbiased review. The kit comes with a spatula, a silicone mixing cup, 5 hemp protein powder bags, and 5 spice bags. You do need an immersion blender. I actually bought one just for this. You put your hemp powder in the mixing cup, add some warm water and a tablespoon of oil, blend it, add the spice blend, and blend some more. Then microwave for about a minute, let it rest, microwave again for about a minute, then you shape the chicken cutlet in the mixing cup, and the hemp chicken is formed. In my next video, I will review it and show you how I transform.
That looks pretty interesting. Huh. I'll sub to that guy's channel. I'd try that. Thanks for the donation, Zaniba.
A few questions, my master. Thoughts on The Boys Season 4? How much longer do you give Eugenia Cooney? What's your favorite band of all time? Can I ride you?
Let's see. Did her channel get taken down? Oh, here we go. That's weird. It's not being recommended at all. When was this uploaded?
How much do I have to donate for you to show us your
July.
feet? No socks.
If you give me $20, I'll show you my feet. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. Well, she's been looking like shit lately. Maybe a couple more years.
Really cool.
Yeah, she does not look well. Noticed she's not standing up much either. She's just been doing videos sitting down. Yeah, maybe a couple more years if that. I don't know if she's streaming on Twitch at all. This was posted 2 days ago. Jesus Christ. That is some severe anorexia. Favorite band? I don't know. Don't know if I have a favorite band. And can I ride you? Sure, why not? Thanks for the donation, Adam.
Hey.
Just kidding. I'm not happy we're here, and I don't know what's what we're doing. Oh, I remember this house. All they ever had with each other. I went around for a few years here, and so they're very tight, because that's all they had. Like I said, it's probably a misdemeanor resisting arrest charge. I don't know the whole ins and outs of it. Yeah. We just can't have him fighting around with you guys or
Police officer, you probably understand why I had to do what I had to do.
I was raised around police officers.
So, sir, do you have your license with you?
What the fuck happened to John Venus? That nigga dead? Also, where his cunnest brother at after your debate, lol.
Well, the Venus brothers are both retarded. One of them is a little more retarded than the other. I guess he's not uploading. He's barely even a doctor. I looked into it. He got his medical degree in Ireland. You can't practice medicine literally anywhere else if you have a medical degree in Ireland, which is why he's not a practicing doctor. He just didn't want to live there. He's basically too retarded to get a medical degree in Europe or the US, so the only place that he could actually go is Ireland. I don't even know why the fuck he did it. Probably because he's stupid. And last I heard, John Venus was living in Africa doing humanitarian work or something. But yeah, they're both basically retarded and useless, yet they both criticized me for being an ineffective vegan activist, but they don't do any vegan activism. Neither of them are vegan. Leo may be plant-based, but John Venus sure as hell isn't. And Leo is just some dumbass fucking retard who's plant-based idiot. I guess he's just doing whatever the fuck he's doing. Thanks for the donation though, 269.
Yeah, I already gave it.
Oh, you got his fucking? Thank you. Alrighty. You want?
Axel donated $2. Satan turned out great, and did you know that squirrel has a bite force of 7,000 psi? That's more than any predator currently. I'm assuming that's because it's like concentrated on a very small area. Like their two front teeth. Thanks for the donation though, Axel.
You want to talk to him real quick? I'm going to end up taking him to the hospital and then he's going to take the ride, okay?
No, calm down. No, calm down. You gotta take it. No, I know. I'm not getting out. I just want. Can I stand up and at least say goodbye? Like, no, you can't. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain to you, like. Yeah, man.
But he'll. Hang tight, man. Watch your leg.
Yeah, something like that.
But why did y'all go after him? Of course he's gonna stand against cops.
That's enough. What happened? Went south really quick. We were all just around and like, I don't know, I just got upset and then I frustrated that and shit, that's all.
Well, that's Florida.
Another thing that happens because of first past the post is that similar parties end up stealing votes from each other.
The 2000 U.S. presidential election, which was an election essentially...
I bet Leo isn't even plant-based. Seems like a cuck loser who eats dairy or eggs sometimes cause he wants to fit in.
That would not surprise me. He also hasn't posted anything in like 2 years. That could explain why he hasn't done anything whatsoever on social media, because he's not vegan or anything or plant-based anymore, doesn't feel comfortable about talking about it. Who knows, though? Thanks for the donation, though, Cumstain. Adam donated $2. Thoughts on The Boys Season 4, My Black King. I still haven't seen it. Still have to watch that. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam.
between Al Gore and George W. Bush. At that point, every state in the nation used first past the post to determine the outcome of the election. Bush had more votes.
Retard donated $2 daily reminder.
I just wanna be part of your
That is true. Thanks for the donation, retard.
In Florida, but by a ridiculously slim margin. It was fewer than 600 votes. But there was another candidate on the ballot, Ralph Nader. Nader was a Green candidate.
Are you concerned with glyphosate, Red 40, microplastics sect in the food? Do you think this shit is causing autism?
Highly unlikely. Especially glyphosate and Red 40. I would say there's practically zero chance those things are related to autism. Microplastics may somewhat be related, possibly. They may have a protective effect, though, because they tend to be estrogenic. I'm not sure, though. I haven't found any predictive models for any human disease and microplastic exposure, so I'm not sure how much of a health concern it is right now. Glyphosate and Red 40 are safe to consume. I haven't seen anything linking those to any health problems. Microplastics are probably a problem, and they're probably a bigger problem if you're obese, because a lot of plastics end up in fatty tissue. But thanks for the donation, Dusty.
He was certainly to the left of either Gore or Bush.
And what we need is the upsurge of citizen concern, people concern, poor, rich, or middle class, to counteract the power of the special interest.
And he got almost 100,000 votes.
I think this man somehow got even crazier.
Let me take a look, X-Hamster.
Giga Chad Jaw Exercises Episode 1. Dueling the Dog.
I don't think Connor Murphy's crazy. Think he might have just found out that life is a joke, and he is treating it as such. I'm not convinced he's crazy, though.
This is just a quick reminder that this is what I look like posing in perfect lighting with a pump, and this is what I look like in real life. This is just a quick reminder.
Why is his upper back so red? What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, how is his skin changing color like that? He's on PEDs. Nobody's back turns that red. Yeah, he's on some kind of SARM or something. That's weird. Do you guys see that? His back, like, turning fucking red? That is super weird.
This is
Guys, you would never guess this, but I'm actually wearing a shirt.
Yeah, he is definitely on some kind of steroid. The way his skin is changing color like that is really fucking weird.
I bet that bitch nigger is hunting baboons in some African bush. I bet that retard is doing some fucktarded carnivore diet and eating beehives or some shit. I can't believe how much he used the vegan community.
Yep. Well, they're irrelevant, so whatever. Thanks for the donation, 269.
In Florida.
I just don't know if I can, with a conscience, vote for Bush or Gore.
I will vote for Ralph Nader.
Most of those voters were devastated that by voting for Nader rather than Gore, they ended up electing Bush. This is what is called a spoiler effect. Almost all.
Can you watch this off stream but leave audio? I am the black guy and you are the other one. Please, can we make this happen?
Okay, that is a tranny jacking off on a chair outside. Now she's sucking this black dude's dick. And now she is riding the black dude's dick. Now she is getting fucked doggy style by the black guy.
What do you usually search when you watch porn/hentai? Anything you would recommend?
Usually I just use just anal tag. I like butt sex.
If the lat pull-down machine is occupied, what is a good alternative? Also, is there a good alternative to face pulls not using cables? Thanks, VG.
You can just do single arm face pulls with a dumbbell. You just bend over, have your back horizontal, and then you do the same motion just with a single dumbbell. You can do it with both arms at the same time if you want, if your low back can handle it, but that would be the alternative. Thanks. Oh yeah, and alternative to lat pull down. Either doing pull-ups, supported pull-ups or assisted pull-ups, or using some sort of other machine that functions as a lat pull down. Thanks for the donation though, Sanderbling. Hope that helps. Yeah, Detroit become gay. I just go to Hanime and then search up all the anal tags, and then I just look through those. That's usually what I do. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
All Nader voters preferred Gore to Bush, but in a first-past-the-post system, they had no way of expressing that preference because you could only vote for one candidate.
So, first past the post incentivizes voters to vote strategically.
Say there are 5 parties. One of them will be the smallest one, and so they won't win. Why would you vote for them? This is also true if you have 4 parties, or 3 parties. This winner-takes-all voting system leads to a concentration of power in larger parties, eventually leading to a 2-party system. This effect is common enough that it has a name: Duverger's Law.
So first past the post isn't a great option. So what else could we do?
Well, we can say that a candidate can only win an election if they get a majority, at least 50% plus 1 of the vote. But what if we hold an election and no one gets a majority? We could go to the people who voted for the candidate with the fewest votes and ask them to vote again, but choose a different candidate. And we could...
Bangus $20, though. Remember when Connor was vegan?
Obviously, I like this uncomfortableness, right? Right. So what happens when you like uncomfortableness? Then you're liberated, right? Everything's comfortable.
Oh, damn. I didn't know he did a collab with, what's his name? I'm actually subbed to that dude.
You accidentally skipped my last dono.
No, I didn't. Oh, I did. My bad. Let me see, X-Hamster.
Motherfuckers.
Looking pretty jacked. Well, thanks for the donation, X-Hamster. Appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yo, what is up, guys? Wow, I'm excited. Oh, man. So I'm here with Dawson from Eat More Plants. He has an Instagram. He has a YouTube.
Yeah, Eat More Plants actually makes fucking dope food. I'm subbed to him. I don't know he did a collab with Connor Murphy. That's not the... There we go. He renamed it Dawson Watkins. He hasn't uploaded on YouTube in a while. Why doesn't he link his fucking Instagram on his YouTube? Follow him on Insta. Yeah, bro. This is some fucking top tier shit. This guy makes good fucking food, dude. That looks so dope. God damn, that looks good. Holy shit. Bro. That looks so good. Fuck me. Oh yeah, you know what? I should upload the food I ate the other day to Insta. Wizardly Rhino donated $2. You said some people can't get addicted. Can you elaborate on why you believe that? If you look at any drug, so it could be meth, heroin, nicotine, alcohol, you'll only see a certain percentage of people get addicted to any of these things, and they can also be lifestyle things. So like gambling, exercise. Some people do get addicted to exercise, like anything. Only a certain percentage of people will get addicted. Nicotine is one of the most addictive drugs, and I think it has about a 22-24% addiction rate. There are some people who try a variety of drugs. So they'll try nicotine, cigarette smoking, they'll try heroin, they'll try weed, an assortment of party drugs, but they'll never get addicted. They might take it once in their life, or they might do some of these things occasionally. So, like, they'll be social smokers. They'll literally only smoke if they're at a party where there are other people smoking. So they'll smoke, like, once every few weeks or every few months. These same people might do heroin, again, once every few weeks or once every few months. So, the people that do get addicted, they likely have a genetic predictor where, because of the way their reward systems in their brain, like the way some of their neurotransmitters work or something, they have to do it again and again and again, and it'll spiral into an addiction. And they might have a sustainable addiction, or they might have an unsustainable addiction where they end up like living on the street, and all they can think about is like getting drugs. So there just are certain people who just don't get addicted to drugs. They'll try it. They might do it a few times in social settings, but they just don't have any motivation to keep doing these drugs recreationally. They'll only do it socially or on special occasions. Whereas some people, they'll do it once and then they're fucking hooked and they just have to keep doing it. So it's likely a genetic thing. And if you don't have some of these genes that cause the addiction, you can do whatever drug you want. You're just not going to have the reward system and those neurotransmitters in your brain get activated in such a way where you're motivated to keep doing the drug or quote-unquote addictive thing. So, yeah, there just are those people. And probably most people don't have those addictive genes, or at least they're not as prone to get addicted as some of these other people. So when you look, you can look at the different addictive rates of various drugs. It usually ranges in the like 10 to 20% range. That suggests to me there's probably around 20% of people who have those addictive genes. Thanks for the donation, the Wizardly Rhino. That is fucking good, dude. Holy shit. I want to eat this. 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 I want to eat that. 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 That looks like it might be okay, but I don't know, that weird pasta stuff. I want to eat that. Definitely want to eat that. I want to eat that. I want to eat this. I want to eat that. 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 I could do without the cheese. Probably don't want to eat that. I want to eat that. I want to eat that. I want to eat all that. This is the vegan Chinese takeout place I found in Ottawa. This is deep fried oyster mushrooms. These are fucking amazing. These are vegan egg rolls. Those are fucking amazing. Those are vegan chicken balls. Those are fucking amazing. And this is Kung Pao vegan chicken. That was really fucking good. And that was mixed vegetables and tofu with, what is it called? The fucking noodles. That was really good too. That was some good shit.
Gonna go jerk off now to brat Princess Christina abusing her slaves while they serve her and worship her feet.
All right, well, enjoy yourself. Thanks for the donation, X-Hamster. Ben Boy donated $2. This guy has kind of a similar philosophy to you on the idea of nihilism and not caring.
I can't imagine what it'll be like for you. Being brought up in a world that doesn't care for you.
You don't know why I keep on saying you must stop caring. I've realized that many of you don't realize why I keep on telling y'all that nothing matters. Why I keep on telling y'all that nothing is real. It's all an illusion. Stop caring. That's when the magic will happen. I'll explain to you how the magic will happen when you stop caring. If you want to get good results, you must stop caring. I'll explain to you how it really works. And if things start changing in your life, don't ever assume that that's because life is actually good. You just didn't know how to get what you want out of life. In fact, what I'm going to tell you further proves that this reality is not good.
I'll watch a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. MDE Ments donated $2.
Anal, 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 anal. Anal, 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 anal. Break, 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 break. Anal, 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 anal. Break, 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 break.
United States Marine Hyde. What's his middle name gonna be? Locke. What's his middle name? Locke. Because Locke is a masculine name. It reminds me of Luke. Locke is a masculine name. Also, locks are masculine objects. They're hard, steel. Lock. My son will have a lock. Will be a lock like this. Lock. Also, I decided to name my son's middle name Lock because I saw this in the car. Son, I'm gonna name my son U.S. Marine.
Alright, that was good. Debate. Oh wait, by the way, set up a debate with this guy on veganism. He's Sam Hyde's boxing trainer. Time to start networking in his ecosystem. Link in the next dono bozo.
What else we got in our schlizzninks here? Oh, this is cool. What did he say? This is the army, sir?
Do not resist, sir.
Do not resist, sir. What do you think of this, Nick?
Yeah.
Wow, that guy's fucked. How's he gonna get out of that?
So he's got him by the fucking balls, and then don't resist, sir. So I remember when I first started getting into jiu-jitsu, I think you told me jiu-jitsu is gay.
I probably said it's very gay.
And I probably like didn't. I probably was just like
Probably mad at me. You're like, fuck you, fat ass.
Yeah. I was like, I'll show you. You'll see, Nick.
Next thing you know, you're fucking me.
Jiu-jitsu's very gay.
It's just that all guys all over each other. Sure, on a high level of fighting UFC, sure. But like, what about the low level where it's like a gym teacher who's just a closet, like a weird, touchy gay guy?
We will react to this. I'll put this up just a tiny bit. So here's the thing. I've only seen this, and then I saw like a separate angle where a chick pushed him for a guy who can actually see. I didn't think so that and with dominating men.
Let me see.
Would you like to hear a poem?
Sure. Send it to me. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Hey, it's Vegan Gains. I was wondering if you'd be interested in a live debate on the ethical principles of veganism. Normally host my debates live on my YouTube channel through Zoom. Tell me if you're interested. There we go. All right, thanks for the donation, MDE Ments. Dodo donate $2. How much would you have to get paid to do this job, and did that lady get back to you?
This guy lets himself get bitten by thousands of...
Yeah, she got back to me. She's asking for some of the studies I linked in the other debate I had. I got a message her back.
Mosquitoes every day for science. He's actually an Australian scientist named Perrin Ross, who is studying mosquito traits and their feeding patterns to help control diseases like dengue fever. Every day, he needs to insert his forearm into this cage for about 15 minutes. The mosquitoes are immediately attracted to the heat of his body and start biting, delivering around 70 to 80 bites in just one session. And he's looking for volunteers. Would you do this job? This guy...
No, I don't think I'd do that job unless, like, you pay me really good money. Like, maybe $100K a year to just put your arm in a mosquito thing. Like, that's minimum.
The ball you're looking at isn't made of some squishy material. It's actually a giant mass of living ants. They are known as red fire ants and are one of the most invasive species in the ant world. When threatened, these ants grab onto each other's arms, forming a mesh of interconnected bodies and creating a ball-shaped structure which helps them survive tough conditions. Like if you put this ball of ants underwater, they will create a floating raft out of their own bodies in just a few minutes, which can keep floating for weeks, especially during floods. The ball you're looking...
That's fucking weird.
Why do domestic horses need their hooves trimmed regularly while wild horses don't seem to need any trimming? Well, hooves just keep on growing like our fingernails. But wild horses constantly travel several miles a day in search of food and water over rough terrain, which naturally wears down their hooves and keeps them at a healthy length. However, domestic horses don't travel as much and walk on softer surfaces like grass, which is why they need trimming about every few weeks before the hooves get...
Yes, I already knew that.
You ever wondered why clouds are just up there? I have a pocket of air, and it has some humidity level in it. That humidity that is reported is actually a relative humidity. What that means is that is 50% relative to how much it could carry at that temperature. As the blob of air gets heated and rises, the temperature drops. Colder air can hold less humidity than warmer air. So the relative humidity goes up. You reach 100% and boom, you have a cloud. That's why the cloud is up there and not down here. Suppose there's no wind and you got, say, 70% humidity. The sun sets, temperature drop. Air temperature drops.
Starts to cool.
Gets to 100%. What just happened?
We made a cloud.
Where did we make the cloud? Right in front of me. We have a new word for that kind of cloud.
Do we really?
Yes.
What?
Fog. That's why when it's foggy, it's always a little cold. You ever wondered why?
That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We're vegan champs with muscle flair, no meat, just veggies everywhere. Tofu snacks and carrot chips, flexing strong, we lift and drip. Where's your protein? They inquire, from beans and plants, we inspire.
Did you get that poem from ChatGPT? Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. Dodo Tillers, oh wow, that's actually surprising. Sabine got back to you. She has 1.4 million subs, so that would be cool if you do a debate or just educate her. So she doesn't put out misinformation or convert her to veganism. She's not going vegan. She's a fucking idiot. Yeah, the debate might happen, probably won't, but I'll message her back tonight. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Exactly.
And that's the world.
Yep.
I'm just a weird, touchy Best Buy employee.
I'm gonna go to. You know what? I need to work out. I think I'll go down to the hug and touch.
I'm gonna go roll around with a dude, and then I'm gonna slam my cock in his head.
And I'm gonna dominate him.
I'm gonna slam him down, and like.
Nah,
all
haven't
numbers,
sent
like,
the Ural ECU into the dealer yet.
always like the balls and ass near my head.
I was thinking I'd work the north-south position today. You know what that is?
I don't know, man.
It's literally a 69 position.
Yeah.
North-south position. Can you go to YouTube and type in north-south position?
That's cool. I fucking hate
69ing.
No one's like, if I want to get ripped, I don't want to like have to fucking fight a gym teacher to get ripped. No one said that in the cards. Like in life, they're like this. You want to get ripped, dude? You got to wrestle a fat Best Buy employee.
You got to go with Coach Johnson. You got to go with Coach Anderson.
You got to kiss Keith over there.
Yeah.
He's in the fucking corner like blasting the speakers from his car. So what do y'all like jerk off or something?
Joe, can you just scrub forward to the
Do I put a
actual
jock strap on? We all jerk
position?
off? How's this go? Let's get to the heavy stuff.
Now, normally you're not head to chest. You're more face to Bozak. Get in there. Show him the real position. All right, you can exit out of this.
Show the one that's really gay.
So I didn't you know, I grew up watching martial arts movies, and I always wanted the master key, the technique. Like there has to be like Bruce Lee can do a chop like this, and it's like he doesn't have to be this massive guy. He just uses this technique.
Yeah.
What's the master technique that's like the ultimate dominating technique?
You want to show you?
Yeah.
I know it.
Yeah. Go
Hold on.
What are you gonna do to me? Don't do it. Get the fuck out.
That's Bridges Lee.
How did you know?
Because it sounds like a chat GPT poem. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Coaxing a guy to give you head. Come on, dude. Suck. Oh, shit.
Just a little bit. Just a little
past the guard?
Yeah. Wait, yo, get in my guard.
Oh, you guys.
Kung Fuck donated $2. Thoughts on Kung Fu? It's stupid, doesn't work. There's a lot of dumb moves that have no use or purpose, and it's designed for theater. Thanks for the donation, Kung Fuck.
It's just
struggling.
too much.
I'm squeezing hard.
Yeah.
You have to squeeze hard.
I'm fighting through it. I'm just guessing you through it.
So when I found jiu-jitsu, I had the same, you know, moment of epiphany that Joe Rogan had, which is like, wow, here's something that actually works. You can train this, and you be good at this, and you can be physically in control of like some sort of situation or whatever. And then it's like years later, it took me years to realize that it's just gay.
Mandel Nalo affirmed this, that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is just gay.
Yeah.
Like striking's cool as shit, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is just gay.
It's fucking gay.
Yeah, like roll around on a mat.
And I'm tired of it. I don't like the people that do it either. They're not funny. Their senses of humor are not funny. They're like they say shit like I dominate dudes.
Okay.
Like not necessarily that brazenly. Yeah, that brazenly. Like I literally had somebody tell me so when I fucking had it, this is like barely exaggerating. I had a situation like this where the guy was coaching. He was like, so I get in. I can't even do it with a straight face. I can't look at you in the eyes and say this from top mount or something that I just absolutely dominate from top mount. Like I smack
in the palm of my hand into my mouth
for you saw exactly what he wanted you to see.
What I'm about to tell you further proves that we are in a very messed up world, and we are not here for a good reason. But just because we're not here for a good reason doesn't always mean that we are going to always experience what we do not want to experience. Notice that once you stop caring about something, let's just say you wanted something for a very long time and you stop caring. Usually you get positive results. I'll explain to you how that happens. When I was growing up, me and my friends used to watch WWE a lot. The guys that create the storyline don't always make the guys that we want to see win. Sometimes the bad guys will keep on winning, even though they know that the fans will actually want to see the good guys win. Why? Why do you think they will create a storyline where the bad guy wins if the audience want the good guys to win? I'll tell you why. What the company really cares about is your energy. They don't care if you're happy. What they care about is your energy. How do they keep you watching? That's what they care about. How do they keep you watching? If they're able to keep people watching by making the bad guys win, they're going to make bad guys win because people keep on watching. It doesn't matter if they're watching because they're enjoying the show. What really matters is that people keep on watching. What really matters is energy. Do fans give their energy to the WWE? Do they watch each and every week?
What are your thoughts on objectifying individuals, for example humans as sex objects or animals as food objects? Do you think there is a problem with viewing either humans or non-humans as nothing more than vessels to satisfy subjective utility?
That's a really stupid fucking question, dude. Thanks for the donation.
If the fans stopped watching because they didn't like the storyline, like, this sucks, we're gonna stop watching. You know what will happen? WWE will change the storylines. Like, okay, we can't keep on making the bad guys win because people are no longer interested. What I'm telling you is really profound. People are no longer interested. What do you think life wants from you? What do you think this reality wants from you? What do you think God, if you believe in God, what do you think God wants from you? Energy. Believe it or not, energy. There's this person that I was very close to. I'm not going to tell you who they are. I don't like talking about people. But this person, I'm going to call them Doom. This person, me and them were very close. Doom used to accuse me of things that I never did. But not just things that I never did, but things that I would never do. Out of nowhere, Doom will create a story. Like, you did this, that is why this is happening. I'm like, what? Where is that coming from? And we'll find ourselves arguing for hours. It took me a long time to actually realize that what Doom wanted was my energy in the form of attention. What Doom wanted was my attention. And I was not giving them my attention. So they figured out how to get my attention. Okay, this person's not, and this happens subconsciously. It's not like Doom was a very evil person and Doom was like, hey, you know, I'm gonna get energy from this person no matter what. So I'm just gonna trigger them so they'll get energy from them. No. It happens subconsciously. Doom wanted energy from me. Doom wanted attention from me. And I was not giving them attention. They realized, no, actually, this guy cares a lot about being right. This guy cares a lot about being understood. If I pretend as if I don't understand him, if I pretend as if I think he's wrong, I'm going to get energy from him. So if I create stories in my own head and act as if I believe these stories that will actually trigger them. If I create these stories and actually act like I believe these stories, I'm going to get attention from this person. And they will do that constantly. They will always find something for us to fight about, and they'll get energy from me. It took me a very long time to realize that, no, this person wanted my energy. This person wanted my attention, and I was not giving them my attention when they were doing the right things, when they were treating me right. I would not talk to them for a long time when they were treating me right. You see? If they buy me something or just say thank you, I'm not giving them my energy. Like, I don't like chill with them like, yo, I'm really grateful that you bought me this. I've been wanting this for a very long time. But when they accuse me of things that I didn't do, they'll get my energy. We'll talk for hours. It's like, this is the best way to get this person's energy. I must just accuse them of things that they never did because they care a lot about being right. And I really do care about being right. I really care about being right. I really care about being understood. I mean, not as much as I used to. Like, I care more about understanding myself now because, you know, I wanted to be understood by other people, then realized that now, actually, I needed to understand myself. That's why I'm very confident. That's why I'm making these videos, uploading them, and making sure that each and every person that can watch these videos. It's because it's about me understanding myself, not really being understood by other people. I understand myself fully. I'm confident. So I'm like, hey, this is me. If you don't understand me, cool. But there was a time where I really, really cared about being understood. So this person will pretend as if they don't understand me. That's how they'll get energy from me. I'll pretend as if they think I'm wrong. That's how they'll get energy from me. They'll pretend as if they think I've done something wrong. That's how they'll get energy from me. It stopped when I stopped giving them energy, when I stopped rewarding them for mistreating me. And I started rewarding them for treating me right. Doom realized subconsciously when I started rewarding them for treating me right that, oh, when I accuse him of doing things that he never did, he no longer...
Veg Boy, $2. How's your depression? I don't have depression. Are you still on meds? No. Give us an update. I'm doing just fine. I'm not depressed. And I'm not on any antidepressants. Thanks for the donation, Veg Boy.
Gives me energy. He no longer is going to stand and argue with me. He doesn't care anymore. You know, I stopped, like whenever Doom will accuse me of doing something, I'll be like, all right, cool. Cool, you know? Whenever Doom pretend as if they didn't understand me, I'll be like, oh, cool. And whenever Doom treated me right, I'll give them attention. And Doom realized, oh, so I need to treat this person right to get energy from them. Remember what I told you in the beginning? I told you all that when you stop caring, things seem to flow, right? Things seem to work out. So you could try to get something for a very long time and you don't get it. Try to get something for a long time. Guys, let me give you this example. Ever try to get a girl to like you and she just didn't? You try everything and she just doesn't like you. And then you stop giving her attention and you started giving attention to other girls. Have you realized that usually the girl is going to start chasing you? Now you don't want her anymore. She's no longer getting energy from you. Now you're giving your energy to other girls. She used to get energy from you even when she wasn't even doing anything. She didn't have to like you back for her to get energy from you. She get energy from you for doing nothing.
He's basically just going on about how people are seeking like a weird kind of attention from other people. And it's true, they do that.
Check him out, all right? I was lucky enough to have him contact me on Instagram and offer to feed me an amazing vegan meal. And of course I requested sushi because it is my favorite meal of all time. And so you're telling me that this entire feast is all vegan?
100%.
Wow. So look at this.
Kind of hard. I remember I went to like Chipotle like every day when I first started because I just didn't know. But then I started researching and you get better at it, and as time goes on, I'm about 5 years in, abundance.
It doesn't work. There are billionaires out there that have got their money through selfish ways, and they have all that money, right? The thing that you guys think will make you the most happy, right? Mm-hmm. But you can reframe sadness. Piece of like watermelon.
Booty Cum, donate $2, debate him on whatever.
And 25 Saudi princesses. Ow.
Huh.
Why we always hearing about Saudi princes? I ain't never heard nothing about
Super
no Saudi
chats.
princesses. I'm starting to think it's a weird little conspiracy.
I don't think he's gonna want to debate me.
Little princesses. I'm gonna say hi, girl. How y'all doing? I might be halal, but you are my haram. That's a harem for those that don't know. Saudi little princesses.
He's probably gonna say he won't debate me.
That kind of sounded like Prince, actually. That's why I went down that road. You know what I'm saying? That one was kind of fun. I actually like that one. I was feeling that one. I was feeling it. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at. I don't think them Saudi princes like them Saudi princesses.
Oh, Colin here.
What's up? How y'all doing? It's just on random. I have no idea what song's coming. I just gotta feel it.
Oh, you have to call in through Twitter Spaces? I'm banned on Twitter. I can't.
If you dare. Album win. We got like 5 albums worth of songs. You mean album number 5 win? That's what I'm saying. That's only 3. y'all's mind tonight. Y'all want to sing with me? Shout out to the crew. Crucible's on? I didn't know the Crucible was on tonight. We gon' open it up. We gon' master chef and cook these foods. Got our culinary degree in philosophy. This doesn't even work. Y'all ready to cook? Master Chef. I'm cooking up organic meals with organic like us. He must have lost his channel too, by the way, because I noticed he has a new channel with not many followers. Where's maybe he made multiple channels. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing the debate over Twitter. I can't use Twitter.
People are attached and addicted to emotions, especially the bad ones. Emotions create the illusion of purpose. Purpose is a myth, a dragon people chase. Straight up delusion that just ruins all the fun in life.
Yeah, basically. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Repeat this process over and over, eliminating the smallest candidate until one candidate reaches a majority. But holding many elections is a big hassle. So instead, we could just ask voters to rank their preferences from their favorite to their least favorite, and if their favorite candidate gets eliminated, we go to their second preferences. When the polls close, you count the voters' first choices. If any candidate has a majority of the votes, then they're the winner. But if no candidate has a majority, the candidate with the fewest votes gets eliminated, and their ballots are distributed to those voters' second preferences. And this keeps happening until one candidate has a majority of the votes.
Pretty sure Twitter suspensions... Yeah, I can't.
This is mathematically identical to holding repeated elections. It just saves the time and hassle, so it's referred to as instant runoff.
But the system is also known as preferential voting or ranked choice voting. And instant runoff doesn't just affect the voters, it affects how the candidates behave towards each other.
It was the Minneapolis mayor's race, 2013. They were using ranked choice voting. The incumbent mayor had stepped down, and there were all of these people came out from the woodwork wanting to be mayor. There are 35 candidates. And so you would think if there's 35 candidates, you'd want to dunk on someone, you'd want to like kind of elbow yourself into the spotlight. That's not what happened. These 35 candidates, all of them were really nice to each other. They were all super cordial, super polite, to the degree that at the end of the final mayoral debate, they all came together and they sang Kumbaya together.
Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya, oh Lord, Kumbaya.
The amount of vitriol and anger and partisan, mudslinging that we're all used to see this vision of an actual Kumbaya, it's not even a joke. All of these people getting along, so desperate for second and third choices from other people that they're like, I'm gonna be the picture perfect, kindest candidate possible.
Booty Cum Donate Tellers, you should try to create a new Twitter like with different email or something. Might be able to do, you can debate people on stream and clip it and then make money from it. Worth a go. Let me see. Fuck, dude. Okay, Twitter's fucking spazzing out. What the fuck is Twitter doing? It keeps doing this. I don't know what the fuck Twitter is doing. Let me try on this screen. No, still doing it. What in the fuck? Still doing it. Oh. Here we go. Fuck. God damn it. Oh wait, I can use email instead. What? Oh. Okay. They have a really weird fucking authentication process. Oh my god. I have to follow one person? How about you suck my cock? Okay. Got a new Twitter account. What was the Jay Dyer thing?
What you do? No, that don't work. Y'all having fun?
But there's also a problem with instant runoff. There can be cases where a candidate doing worse
Nah, can't do a tech and match right now. Probably be busy in a minute.
actually help get them elected.
Let's say we have 3 candidates,
Nah, I'm not on Reddit.
Einstein, Curie, and Bohr. Now, Einstein and Bohr have very conflicting views, while Curie is ideologically in the center. So let's say Einstein gets 25% of the vote, Curie gets 30, and Bohr gets 45. No one got a majority, so it goes to the second round, with Einstein being eliminated, and because people who voted for Einstein put down Curie as their second choice, well, Curie ultimately gets elected. But now imagine that Bohr has a terrible campaign speech or proposes a very unpopular policy, so bad that some of his voters actually switch over to Einstein's side. Well, now it's Curie that gets eliminated. And because she's more moderate, half of her voters select Einstein and the other half select Bohr in the second round. And this leads to Bohr winning. So Bohr doing worse in the first round actually leads to him winning the election. Clearly, this isn't something that we want in a voting system. This is what the French mathematician Condorcet also thought. Condorcet was one of the first people applying logic and mathematics to rigorously study voting systems, making him one of the founders of a branch of mathematics known as social choice theory. He was working during the time of the French Revolution, so fairly determining the will of the people was having a cultural moment right then. In 1784, Condorcet's contemporary at the French Royal Society of Science,
Booty come to any tellers. Now, can you do debates with retards and spaces on X and stream and clip it up? Easy money. Yeah, I can do that. Thanks for the donation, Booty come.
Jean-Charles de Borda, proposed a voting method. You ask the voters to rank the candidates. If there are 5 candidates, ranking someone first gives that candidate 4 points. Ranking them second would give them 3, and so on, with 0 points being awarded for last place. But the board account has a problem, because the number of points given to each candidate is dependent on the total number of candidates. Adding extra people that have no chance of winning can affect the winner. Because of this, Condorcet hated Borda's idea. He wrote that it was bound to lead to error because it relies on irrelevant factors for its judgments.
So in 1785, Condorcet published an essay in which he proposed a new voting system, one he thought was the most fair.
Basically, the winner needs to beat every other candidate in a head-to-head election. But with more than 2 candidates, do you need to hold a large number of head-to-head elections to pick the winner? Well, no. Just ask the voters to rank their preferences, just like in instant runoff, and then count how many voters rank each candidate higher than each other candidate. This feels like the most fair voting method. This voting system was actually discovered 450 years earlier by Raymond Lull, a monk who was looking at how church leaders were chosen. But Lull's ideas didn't make an impact because his book, Ars Electionis, The Art of Elections, was lost and only rediscovered in 2001. So the voting system is named after Condorcet and not Lull. But will there always be a winner in this way? Let's try Condorcet's method for choosing dinner between you and two friends. There are three options: burgers, pizza, or sushi. You really like burgers, so that's your first preference. Your second choice is pizza, and you put sushi last. Your friend prefers pizza, then sushi, then burgers, and your other friend prefers sushi, then burgers, then pizza. Now, if you choose burgers, it can be argued that sushi should have won instead, since two of you prefer sushi over burgers and only one prefers burgers to sushi. However, by the same argument, pizza is preferred to sushi and burgers are preferred to pizza by a margin of 2-1 on each occasion. So it seems like you and your friends are stuck in a loop. Burgers are preferred to pizza, which is preferred to sushi, which is preferred to burgers, and so on. This situation is known as Condorcet's paradox.
One minute. Booty come to tellers, you should try get in a space with that Salam, the Muslim, the crazy one. Do you remember asking Destiny or something? Or message Salman, I want you to destroy the Islamists. I don't remember who that guy is. They always just fucking run away. So, it is now 10:20.
Mom, why you got a Honda Civic and a pack of Booker King Cool cigarettes and a little bitty puppy dog that's actually.
What is he doing?
You got a puppy dog that's a deadly dog. You a dog mom, cause you a single mom and a Cabernet and a wine mom.
It's 10:20, and he said the thing's gonna go live at 10:20.
A single wine mom. I don't know. That one could have been. That one could have been. If I'd have thought about the raps ahead of time. You a wine mom.
What? Like, just please explain this to me. I know I'm not the most exciting person in the world, but I'm also not the most boring. Probably somewhere in the middle. I think I'm like somewhat entertaining. Have some interesting takes on things. How does he have 540 people watching him right now? Doing nothing but blabbing and saying stupid shit and listening to shit music. But then, like, I only get around 200 people on any of my streams. What am I doing wrong? Is it just like the stupid Christian bullshit? Why, like, people go to his channel? Booty come donate till there's this guy.
To be Islamic, that everybody has to be part of the. Oh, I guess we just have to.
This guy's a terrorist jihadist. As soon as I bring up any topic that he doesn't have an argument against, he's just gonna run away, obfuscate, filibuster, not answer questions. They're all like that. There's pretty much no point in debating Muslims. Can try, but again, I don't think it would actually go anywhere. Is this like a time zone thing? He said live in 30 minutes. I don't know. Why is he still...
Pinot Grigio, and we...
Condorcet died before he could resolve this problem with his voting system. He was politically active during the French Revolution, writing a draft of France's constitution. In 1793, during the Reign of Terror, when Le Montaigne came to power, he was deemed a traitor for criticizing the regime, specifically their new constitution. And the next year, he was arrested and died in jail. Over the next 150 years, dozens of mathematicians were proposing their own voting systems, or modifications to Condorcet's or Borda's ideas. One of those mathematicians was Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll. When he wasn't writing Alice in Wonderland, he was trying to find a system to hold fair elections. But every voting system had similar kinds of problems. You'd either get Condorcet loops, or other candidates that had no chance of winning would affect the outcome of the election. In 1951, Kenneth Arrow published his PhD thesis, and in it he outlined 5 very obvious and reasonable conditions that a rational voting system should have. Condition number 1, if everyone in the group chooses one option over another, the outcome should reflect that. If every individual in the group prefers to eat sushi over pizza, then the group as a whole should prefer sushi over pizza. This is known as unanimity. Condition 2. No single person's vote should override the preferences of everyone else. If everyone votes for pizza except one person who votes for sushi, well, the group should obviously choose pizza. If a single vote is decisive, that's not a democracy, that's a dictatorship. Condition 3. Everyone should be able to vote however they want, and the voting system must produce a conclusion for society based on all the ballots every time. It can't avoid problematic ballots or candidates by simply ignoring them, or just guessing randomly.
What do you think of the Dustborn game? I've never heard of it.
It must reach the same answer for the same set of ballots every time. This is called unrestricted domain. Condition 4. The voting system should be transitive. If a group prefers burgers over pizza and pizza over sushi, then they should also prefer burgers over sushi. This is known as transitivity. Condition 5. If the preference of the group is sushi over pizza, the introduction of another option, like burgers, should not change that preference. Sure, the group might collectively rank burgers above both, or in the middle, or at the bottom, but the ranking of sushi over pizza should not be affected by the new option. This is called the independence of irrelevant alternatives. But here's the thing. Arrow proved that satisfying all 5 of these conditions in a ranked voting system with 3 or more candidates is impossible. This is Arrow's impossibility theorem, and it was so groundbreaking that Arrow was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1972. So I want to go through a version of his proof based on a formulation by Giannakopoulos. So let's say there are 3 candidates running for election: Aristotle, Bohr, and Curie. But we'll refer to them as A, B, and C. And we have a collection of voters that will line up in order. So we have voter 1, 2, 3, and so on, all the way up to N. Each of these voters is free to rank A, B, and C however they like. I'll even allow ties. Now the first thing we want to show is that if everyone ranks a particular candidate first or last, then society as a whole must also rank that candidate first or last. Let's arbitrarily pick candidate B. If, say, half of the voters rank B first and half rank B last, then the claim is our voting system must put B either first or last. And we'll prove it by contradiction. So say this is how everyone voted. If our system does not put B first or last, but rather in the middle, say A is ranked above B, which is above C, then we'll get a contradiction. Because if each of our voters moved C above A, then by unanimity, C must be ranked above A. However, because we didn't change the position of any A relative to B, A must still be ranked above B. And because we didn't change the position of any C relative to B, C must still be ranked below B. And by transitivity, if A is preferred to B and B is preferred to C, then A must be ranked above C. but this contradicts the result by
Get up been sitting too long. 3 sit-ups.
All right, I will do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Chico. Ugh. There you go, jackass. Thanks for the donation. Jesus Christ.
By unanimity. And that proves that if everyone ranks a candidate first or last, then society must also rank them first or last.
Now let's do a thought experiment where every voter puts B at the bottom of their ranking. We'll leave the ranking of A and C arbitrary.
Well then, by unanimity, we know that B must be at the bottom of society's ranking. And we'll call this setup Profile 0. Now, we'll create Profile 1, which is identical to Profile 0, except the first voter moves B from the bottom to the top. This, of course, doesn't affect the outcome, but we can keep doing this, creating profiles 2, 3, 4, and so on, with one more voter flipping B from the bottom to the top each time. If we keep doing this, there will eventually come a voter whose change from having B at the bottom to B at the top will first flip society's ranking, moving B to the top. Let's call this voter the pivotal voter, and we'll label the profile Profile P. Profile O is then the profile right before the pivotal change happens. Let's now create a profile Q, which is the same as P, except the pivotal voter moves A above B. By independence of irrelevant alternatives, the social rank must also put A above B, since for all of our voters, the relative position of A and B is the same as it was in Profile O. And B must be ranked above C, because the relative positions of B and C are the same as they were in Profile P, where our pivotal voter moved B to the top. By transitivity, A must be ranked above C in the social ranking. This is true regardless of how any of the non-pivotal voters rearrange their positions of A and C, because these rearrangements don't change the position of A relative to B or C relative to B.
This means the pivotal voter is actually a dictator for determining society's preference of A over C. The social rank will always agree with the pivotal voter regardless of what the other voters do. We can run a similar thought experiment where we put C at the bottom and prove that there is again a dictator who, in this case, determines the social preference.
Rudy Cam donate tellers, think he opening it up.
Where's the sounds at?
It's the monkeypox summer. Bill Gates in a Hummer. Y'all thought it was Timberlake for a second, the way I was busting out them beatboxing beats. You were like, is this white boy Timberlake? What the hell is going on? Dirty, dirty, dirty pop. You can't stop. What's the deal with this pop light, and when's it gonna fade out? All right, we got people filling up the room. We're gonna open it up. We're gonna have to change our tone. Enough laughing. Enough goofiness. It's time to open it up. I guess it's kind of open. You can talk about whatever you want. If you want to talk about Oasis, you can. If you want to talk about comedians, we can. Who's funny and who's not? A lot of people disagree with my list of comedians. They said, where was Tim Dillon on your list? Where was Shane McGillis? Where was whoever? I know it's Shane Gillis. I'm just being silly. Well, the list of the comedians that I listed are the ones that I've all talked to or interviewed. That's why I list them, because I know they're legit. There are plenty of other people out there that are funny. There's also plenty of comedians that I've never heard of. So people are like, why didn't you list so-and-so? Because I ain't never heard of so-and-so.
Why
I
is
can't
he
just listen
blabbing
to
about
everybody else's
bullshit?
material. I'm a content creator. I don't know if you've heard of that, but there's not that many of us out there. It's an elite club called content creators on the internet. And as a content creator, a provider
Nobody
of
fucking cares.
consumable information for you, I don't have time to listen to everyone else who is a so-called content creator. Anyway, we got people piling in. The topics are Islam, Catholicism, Protestantism. But for a one-time, unique, limited offer, I will expand it to other topics because it's late at night and we're just having fun. So you can bring up other topics that you want to bring up within the terms of service, the TOS, as they say. You can bring those things up if you want to. But there is no but. Joke's on you, dude. Luca. My name is Luca. Isn't that a Suzanne Vega song? We're straight up Gen X in here. My name is Luca.
I'm a big Luka Doncic fan.
A
That's
who?
what it is. A Luka Doncic. He's a basketball player. He plays in the NBA for the Mavericks.
Oh, you're a sports hole man. You like sports
Well,
hole.
hey, I like sports. So, my main question is: so I'm a cradle Catholic. Grew up Catholic, fell away from it a few years ago, got into Protestantism because my dad's a Catholic, my mom's a Protestant, and now I'm looking into Eastern Orthodox. So I just had a question. So, and you brought this up before because I know you.
Oh god.
How do you? Because I went to a Catholic college too. How do you get away from
This is gonna be
the
bad.
Catholic moral black and white sort of thing, where it's just pure legalism? How do you get into the mindset of ecumenism or ecumenism?
Well, ecumenism is not what you're talking about. Ecumenism is the idea that all the religions need to dialogue together to find the true religion.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong word there. I'm
What?
economia, or is it It's some it's
Well, I
something.
mean, I think you're talking about legalism, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about legalism. Yeah.
Well, I think over time, it takes, the Orthodox view, it takes time to heal from the baggage that we bring into it. I know it took me a long time, it took me many years to get over the hardcore Thomism and stuff that I was really obsessed with. So that just is going to come in time. You're going to need the ability to work through a lot of issues with your spiritual father, that kind of stuff. It's probably going to take several years, especially if you're raised Roman Catholic and you switch to Orthodoxy. I think a lot of Roman Catholics think from the outside that Orthodoxy is not that different because of, several things in common. But when it comes to the actual praxis and all that, it's very different. So really that just comes with time, I think.
hmm And then one more question. Why doesn't Orthodoxy recognize Francis of Assisi as a saint? Because I know that the Filioque wasn't really involved in Roman Catholicism until around the late 1200s, but he was a venerated saint before the Filioque was a sort of enforced doctrine.
Right. Well, sainthood in the Orthodox view is not just limited to whether you believed in the filioque or not, or some specific dogmatic issue. I mean, confessing the correct doctrines is part of it, there's also many things in the life of Francis of Assisi that contradict what Orthodoxy sees as the normative experience for everybody who's a saint. So one thing that's different, which is a key issue here between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, is Roman Catholicism kind of has this all over the place wild variance in terms of what the experience of the saints is like. So there's the dark night of the soul, and there's the mystical spiritual orgasm, or there's all these different wild things, and that's not what happens in Orthodoxy. For Orthodox, there's the same pattern for everybody, whether it's Moses, whether it's Paul, whether it's Basil, or whether it's Simeon the New Theologian. Everybody has the same process of purification, illumination, deification. So theosis is something that you would have to confess, and you wouldn't be able to confess the types of things like stigmata or Francis's vision of seeing angels crucified. I mean, none of that, that's all prelest in the Orthodox view. None of that's consistent with Orthodox process of, noetic healing.
Okay, yeah, because I know that he claimed to have received like the wounds of the crucifixion and everything. I know there's mysticism in Orthodox, so I was just wondering that.
Well, but it's different. So again, like there's a unified experience. There's not there's no I'm literally supposed to redo the wounds of Christ or whatever. There's no visions of seraphim being crucified that we would ever accept. I mean, it's just theologically incorrect. The angels aren't crucified, so that it's just right there. It tells you it doesn't make any sense. Yakub. I was just thinking about Yakub. We got Yakub calling in. What's up, my brother? My name is Luca. Luca Brasi.
I don't know when
Brasi,
he's
isn't
gonna
that who
select me.
killed Don Corleone? Or he's the traitor, right? Luca Brasi. Yakub, what's up, dude? On mute. It's so easy to debate. Yakub, what's up? Unmute. You gotta turn your permissions on. Let's see, we got Carlos, $1. Does Christ
Can you not hear me? Oh, there.
I can now. What's up?
Hi.
Hey.
Okay, Jay. So I was just learning about the Funko Apocalypse, right? And I heard you say that everybody in hell has Funko Pop's head. So I was just wondering where you can find that in the Church Fathers.
It's in the first chapter of Hasbro, and Hasbro citing Saint Mattel, and they point out that when you go into Hades, you are plasticified, and so you become plastic so that you can be cooked over and over, like Sam Hyde cooked the Funko Pops in a fry cooker. It's so easy to debate. So easy to debate. I deep fried my $5,000 Funko collection.
Right, I'm finally doing my unboxing of over $1,000 of Funko Pop and Marvel gear.
Whoa!
7 gallons of high quality corn oil. I've been working out for a long time. I've been into nutrition for a long time. Corn oil.
This is based. This is what I'm talking about.
Simple. And get Freddie in there too so they're together.
Now, this is funny because if you are familiar with my lore, the lore of Jay's analysis, then you know that at our live events, at least for the first year of live events, oh, look, they turned into the Infinity Stones. They're the incel stones.
About this mouse. Chris, look at the other secret ingredient.
Why
You're
is
not
he
a real
making us
Marvel
all
fan
wait
if
for
you're
the
not a
stupid
fan of
shit?
Real human. Infinity Stone. Get that on the phone there, Julian.
When you fry the Funko Pops, they turn into the incel stones. And then you put them into your Nintendo Power Glove. For those that are wondering. Anyways. Time to oil up, boys and girls. Sam Oak. I like that man's name. It's just a basic tree name.
I don't
There's
know
Bob Birch. There's
what
Sam Oak.
basis he's
There's
using to like
Hey,
select
can I
people
make
to
a
speak.
cringe core request for the future?
Uh-huh.
I do want to debate you on something, but my favorite character of yours is Delante from Delante's Inferno. Come get the best barbecue out of Memphis.
Okay. So Delante would probably be serving up some hellacious ribs from the underworld. So that's a pretty good idea.
That's right. We got the gold chains.
What's up, man? What's on your mind?
Yeah. Well, okay. One question I had. Are you familiar with Bruce Gore? He's a covenant theology Presbyterian. He did a bunch of
I'm not.
lectures.
I'm not.
Okay, he's I think he's a Presbyterian. Anyway, he claims, and I watched his whole series on the Bible and the history of the Bible, and he claims that when the temple was destroyed in AD 70, that the genealogies of David were lost. Like, I guess all the genealogies were lost. Is that true?
As far as I know, that's correct. I mean, this is why modern day Jews have discussed like some sort of like DNA test to try to figure out who the descendants of the Kohanim are and all this kind of stuff. I don't know how they would do that, but I mean, the reasoning is that because purportedly the genealogies have been lost, as far as I know.
And is that like what's the reference for that? Who is the historian that, because I don't know where to
I don't, I've
source
never
that.
actually went and checked that. I don't know. It's just something
Okay.
I've
Because
heard
I
for a long
thought
time.
I went searching on the web for it, and a Roman historian named Cassius Dio came up, and I just didn't feel like buying his book and looking through it. But it's an interesting thought. Now, when it comes
Well,
to
he did a
doing
book
that
signing
genetic,
at Barnes and Noble last year, so he's a really cool dude.
yeah. Well, when it comes to doing all this genetic testing, you're a smart guy, don't you think that uh, the people that first submit their samples, that whenever you add the rest of the aggregate data, you're trusting the early genetic testing, people that submit their genetic data, you're trusting them to have a correct history of who they are and where they come from, right?
It seems like, yeah, probably that there's some
Yeah.
level of like assuming something. I don't know much about all that, but
Yeah.
I would guess so.
Because like if a bunch of Inuit claimed they were from
Mm-hmm.
Argentina and submitted their DNA, that would skew all the future data.
Yeah,
Would it
if
not?
that's how it works, I would think so. But again, I've never submitted my DNA. I've always thought those things are probably scammy or some kind of like government like trick, corporate trick to get you to
Yeah.
send in your DNA to something. So
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
actually how it
Okay.
works because I've never done it, but I would imagine there's probably fraud going on.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's just, whoever the early sample is, you're benchmarking all your future submissions to that early sample and correct history that they're giving.
Yeah.
So it's just
Well, I
yeah.
mean, I don't think that I don't know how they would ever figure out who the Kohanim are.
Yeah. Yeah. But I would like to know where that reference comes from, because that would be a really key thing, if you want to do apologetics to Jews or anybody else, or even the Yakubs out there, Delante and Yakub in the pyramid.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we'll have to ask, the Galactic High Council whether or not it's appropriate to ask that of Yakub. But I will speak to my
Forgot
posse,
my
to
name
my
notification,
boys, and
donate
see
$2. What's the worst number to
that's
multiply
allowable.
by in your head? Mine are
Carlos
7 and 17.
Carlos
Like,
Marquez.
do try to multiply by
Carlos
28.
says for $1, did Christ
And
assume
then
human nature
subtract 3
before or
or
during
try to multiply
creation?
by 7, add 10.
The assumption of human nature has to be
I don't
during
know.
creation because it happens in the book of
Probably
Luke
really
at the
high
beginning when
numbers,
he
like
is. It's
777.
called the Annunciation, right? When
Thanks
we
for the
figure
donation,
out,
dude.
we learn that Mary was pregnant. So if Jesus gets his human nature from Mary, and then the assumption of human nature is during creation. Is the union of the human nature divine exemplified in the theophanies? There's no human nature in the theophanies, so the theophanies are examples of energetic manifestations of
Thank you
God
for
in
that,
time and space,
9014.
particularly
Excellent spin
God
as
the
always.
Son.
Appreciate
So
the
it's not the
donation.
Father. It's not particularly the Holy Spirit, unless there's something that makes it clear that there's a manifestation proper to one of the hypostases that would be an energetic
Dodo donate
manifestation of the Father or the
$2.
Spirit. It's not the person of the Father or the Spirit in Orthodox theology. So all theophanies
I'll
are
react
first
to
and
that
foremost
later.
the
Thanks
Son.
for the donation, dude.
So the theophanies pre-signify the incarnation, but the theophanies
It's because
themselves are
you're a
not the
nigger.
incarnation. They're just
That's why.
foreshadowings of showing
All right,
that
well,
God
thank you
can do
for
this,
explaining
right?
that
If
to me.
God can
Appreciate
be,
the
if
donation,
God
Kid
the
Boo.
Son can be in time and space, then he can be in a human nature in time and space.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I had no idea that you heard that already. My bad.
No, I just got to it. Is that was your question?
Yeah, I literally
Okay.
made a Twitter so I can ask you that. I don't have any social media, but I made that so I can get that. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, the theophanies in the Orthodox view are definitely foreshadowing the incarnation, but the incarnation is a specific event when Jesus enters the womb of the Virgin and undergoes a full human development. He never ceased to be a divine person. He was always the second person of the Godhead, fully divine. But in becoming incarnate, he went through all the stages of human development from infancy to mature adulthood. And so, as the church fathers say, since he lived through all the stages of human development, he can save human beings from every stage. So he can save infants and he can save adults. Sincere Hypocrite $3. I finally attended Orthodox Church for the first time. I'm going to explore other Orthodox churches in my area. I eventually want to become a catechumen. Thank you and other Orthodox online for getting me closer. Hey, glad to hear that, Sincere Hypocrite. I've seen you super chatting for many years now. I'm glad that you made that decision. Vibranium $5. Girl, music is haram, but my love for you ain't wrong. There we go. I like that. Girl, my music is haram, but my love for you ain't wrong. I like that. I could go with that. Carlos again, $1. Did Christ assume human nature during creation? Yes. It was assumed in the beginning of when you read the first couple chapters of the book of Luke. Miloslav, $5. Haram core opening song changed my life. That's how cringecore works. A lot of people don't know this, but
I'll play the spam
cringecore
again
is
just for you, okay,
it's
9014?
much more than what any of you small-minded people think. Cringecore is the future. I don't know how else to put it. And I mean, even saying it's life-changing is selling it short. I want to shout out too, if you guys have noticed, multiple clips channels in the last week have just bombarded in a good way. Just endless clips. I mean, there's dozens of clips in the last 2 weeks, dozens of shorts. I mean, it's just crazy. So thank you to all of those clips channels. Shout out to the archive. Shout out to Without Lies, Islam Dies. There's a ton of them. I can't even keep up with all of them. So shout out to everybody that's making clips. Appreciate it. The last two big debates were definitely clip worthy in many places. So thanks to those guys who are making all those clips. Appreciate it. And I want to remind everybody too that we have many hits. Okay. We have many hits. I don't know why people didn't like the Tom Coombs song, but go check out all of my B-sides. Okay. My Matt Dillahunty song, I Need an Alien to Twerk for Me, Equal Rights for Women, Big Booty Remix, Tom Coon. I mean, these are hits. These are under the radar, low key hits, y'all. Inky Doo. We got some straight up Mesopotamian apologetics in the house. Miloslav, $5. Haram core is a new way of transcending it all. Exactly. See, you're starting to vibe with me. What's up, man? I'm you. Hello? Sound like you got an ancient Mesopotamian connection on your cell phone. Are you there?
Oh, and Kindu.
Inky dude, what's up? You need to go. Maybe you need to go talk to Inanna.
The fuck?
Inanna needs to pay your cell phone bill. Zlacker, what's up?
How did he get picked before me?
Inanna ain't paid my cell phone bill. Internet
What?
bill to Comcast ain't been paid.
How
by
is he
Inanna.
picking people to speak?
Mama Inanna. What's up, man? Zlack, you gotta unmute.
Hey, what's going on, Jay?
What's up?
Hey, so I saw the last debate. I'm actually I love doing apologetics on X here. It's like a sport. It's pretty fun. So definitely caught that debate. So I guess when you do apologetics, you run into that question about the Trinity a lot. Everybody always acts confused about how it works. So I've been trying out.
Yeah,
a way
so
of
Dodo,
explaining
I
the
clicked
Trinity,
on
but
the request
the
to
red
speak.
flag for me
I'm
is
in
like
the
I've never
queue.
heard anybody explain it this way.
It's right there.
And so that usually is like, am I doing
I don't know
like
how
some weird
Kindu got
Gnostic
picked before me.
thing?
That's
So
fucking
I
weird.
was hoping to run it past you and
Thanks for
see
the
what
donation,
kind of,
dude.
I guess, feedback you'd give me on the explanation. So, so I guess the way I've been explaining it is, when you read about the Father, generally it's associated with the will. The Father's will. Jesus does the Father's will. Jesus is the Word. The Word of God. And the Holy Spirit is inside you. So, when I'm, if I was as a father, if I'm talking to my son, I have a will for what I want to say. And born of my will would be the Word. So the Son of God is born of the will. We also see Jesus in the
So
world.
it's automatically not right
Yeah.
because the
Okay.
Son is not born of will. In fact, this is a debate between the Arians and the Orthodox because the
All right.
Arians argue that the Son is generated by will, and anything that's by will is common to all three persons because will is a property of nature. So all three persons in the Trinity share the same will. Now, the analogy that's sometimes made in the Church Fathers on this point prior to Augustine is that the Father is like a mind, the Son is like the Word, and the Spirit is like the breath. That's a patristic analogy that's used. But any kind of analogy like this falls apart and doesn't really work because all analogies are
No,
just
I'm not debating him on
things that
veganism.
relate to
Debating him
the
on
created
moral
order,
realism.
which is made up of parts. And the problem is, of course, that the persons aren't parts. So while attributes can be, in a loose sense, analogous, you can't say that the Trinity, that any person is a product of will. This, by the way, is another reason why we say that not Mormons, Roman Catholics are wrong with the Filioque is because they teach that the Holy Spirit proceeds from will. But that would make the Spirit subordinate and a product, and that's actually the very identical debate that Athanasius has with the Arians who say that the Son is a product of will. So I would say no, those are not good analogies. Elias, welcome everybody. You missed 1 hour of singing. Shame on you. What's up, man?
Hey, I have two. One of them is kind of like an anecdote regarding.
Speaking of the mic, I can't hear you, dude.
Oh shoot, my bad. Let me take off my headphones. Hello.
Hey.
Okay. One. I just want. I argued with a crazy person today on campus. I'm a catechumen, slowly learning theology and things like that. But there was this dude preaching craziness, talking about how he can feel the Holy Spirit in his wrists and his ankles. I'm on my college campus today. He said that it goes in his stomach and tells him when Christ is talking to him. So I obviously decided, I'm going to talk to this.
This is that Shining theology, right?
Yeah,
Remember in The Shining when he's like Tony, right? And he says he lives in his tummy.
something like that. And I got some weird vibes. So I talked to him, and you know, like the saying where like the demons will flee from the sign of the cross. He was talking to me about how I come to Christ, and I was like, oh well, I just crossed myself, and I crossed myself in front of him, and he got so angry talking about, and he was like, you think the church is a building, and I'm like, no, it's an institution. And I kept like trying to. He kept saying, you're deceived, you're deceived, you're deceived, and I just kept asking him by who. And my question for you there is like, obviously dealing with him is not really like conducive to a positive experience for either of us. I kind of came in there just for fun, but like with those people, this is the only thing we can do. Pray for them. Is there any way to speak to them on like a one-to-one basis when they're that crazy? Because I know you deal with people like that all the time, and I thought about it. I was like, oh man, Twitter Spaces. Like, I cannot imagine speaking to people like this guy, like, you know, shining theology on the daily. Like, how do you address these people and actually try to guide them towards the truth? Like, is it arrogant to think that I can do that? That's my question.
I mean, I think you can feel out pretty quickly whether somebody's open to what you're saying or not, and if they're not, just move on. So that's what I would do.
Yeah. And then my second quick question. This one is regarding iconography. Am I okay to ask that, or
Yeah,
was that not
it's
really super
whatever.
on topic? Okay, so I know that oftentimes within, you know, our Christian thought, we do not portray the Father. I was just in Romania with my wife on like a second honeymoon. We were going and visiting her family, and Romania is great, like super Orthodox. I love it. Like, you go to a restaurant, there's an icon corner. It's awesome. A lot of churches have like two main icons on the front, one of Christ at the right hand of the Ancient of Days. And I'm wondering, like, is there
Yeah, so there's a couple exceptions
the
to
Ancient
this.
of Days, and
Right,
how
there's a
that
couple
may...
exceptions, which is the Ancient of Days is one of the exceptions, and the way it's supposed to work is that when the Ancient of Days icon is done, it's supposed to picture the Ancient of Days as an older version of Christ. Not that Christ is an old man, but that that's the only way that you could symbolically portray the hypostasis of the Father is as Christ, because Christ is, as he says, the only image of the Father. So I think it's Satan. It's the This comes up in the Moscow Icon Synod, where they discuss the one way that he can be portrayed, which is as Ancient of Days, but it's not a portrayal of the hypostasis of the Father directly. And this is why when you see in Revelation 1, when Christ appears, right, he has like shining white hair and this kind of stuff, because it's radiant
His
and
hair
he's
like wool.
glorified.
His hair like wool. His hair like mine.
Well, it's Yakub, exactly. Exactly, right. Proving that he's like Cornel West. So,
Yeah, of
but
course.
anyway, yeah, we're gonna move on. I appreciate that, but yeah, that's what I would say. I'd say that. What's up, Channing Tatum?
Hey, do you hear me?
Go ahead.
You hear me, correct? Hello?
Chad, what's up?
Hello? Oh my god. No. Why?
Are you there?
Hello? Oh my god.
You turn your mic on?
Oh, is it working now, finally?
I barely heard you. What's up? You there?
Yeah, hello? Hello? Oh my god, why? Why in the fuck?
Chad Tatum, Channing Tatum, what's up?
Hello? Why did it work for a second, now it doesn't?
Can't hear you, dude. I don't know. We almost did.
Okay. Wow. Okay, Twitter sucks. Never using it. That's great. Thank you for the fucking suggestion.
Hey faggot, I'm tired of watching this stream with no beautiful women. What is this, a sausage fest? Please see this super hot chick.
Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donated $2. Haha. Whatever. By the way, it doesn't let you select microphone device, so Yes. Yeah, it doesn't let you select microphone device, so I had no idea if it's picking up the right microphone, the wrong microphone. For whatever reason, when I unmuted at some point, it worked, so I don't know what microphone it was picking up, if it was picking up the right one. It's so fucking stupid. Okay, whatever.
Military.
Holy shit, that's fucking dumb, dude. Ugh.
Is actually a dictator for determining society's preference of A over C. The social rank will always agree with the pivotal voter regardless of what the other voters do. We can run a similar thought experiment where we put C at the bottom and prove that there is again a dictator who
Tell Elon about how you couldn't express your freedom of speech. He'll take action. Yeah, sure he will. Thanks for that donation, dude.
in this case determines the social preference of A over B.
And it turns out this voter is the same one who determines the social preference for A over C.
The pivotal voter is therefore a complete dictator. So, is democracy doomed? Well, Arrow's impossibility theorem seems to say so. If there are 3 or more candidates to choose from, there is no ranked choice method to rationally aggregate voter preferences. You always need to give something up. But the mathematician Duncan Black found a much more optimistic theorem, which might actually represent reality better. If voters and candidates are naturally spread along a single dimension, say ranging from liberal on the left to conservative on the right, but this could apply to any other political dimension, well then, Black showed that the preference of the median voter will reflect the majority decision.
The median voter's choice will often determine the outcome of the election, a result that aligns with the majority of voters, avoiding the paradoxes and inconsistencies highlighted by Arrow. And there's more good news. Arrow's impossibility theorem only applies to ordinal voting systems, ones in which the voters rank candidates over others. There is another way, rated voting systems. The simplest version is known as approval voting, where instead of ranking the candidates, the voters just tick the candidates they approve of. There are also versions where you could indicate how strongly you
Bootycom donated $2. I didn't realize Twitter is this fucked. Yeah, there's no point to using Twitter, dude. None. Like, why? Stupid. I just wasted my fucking time. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
You like each candidate, say from -10 strongly disapprove of to +10 strongly approve.
Research has found that approval voting increases voter turnout, decreases negative campaigning, and prevents the spoiler effect. Voters could express their approval for a candidate without worrying about the size of the party they're voting for.
It's also simple to tally. Just count up what percentage of the voters approve of each candidate, and the one with the highest approval wins.
Kenneth Arrow was initially skeptical of rated voting systems, but toward the end of his life, he agreed that they were likely the best method.
Approval voting is not new. It was used by priests in the Vatican to elect the Pope between 1294 and 1621. It's also used to elect...
Your screen isn't centered. First sound issues, now video. Do you not know how to stream?
Thank you. Thanks for the donation, Gay Cum Guzzler.
the Secretary General of the United Nations. But it hasn't been widely used in large-scale elections, and so more real-world testing is likely required.
So is democracy mathematically impossible? Well, yes, if we use ranked choice methods of voting, which is what most countries in the world use to elect their leaders. And some methods are clearly better at aggregating the people's preferences than others. The use of first-past-the-post voting feels, quite frankly, ridiculous to me, given all of its flaws. But just because things aren't perfect doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Being interested in the world around us, caring about issues, and being politically...
Alright, that was interesting. Great. That is not what I expected it to be.
Proof. Andrew Tate filmed a sex tape beating a 14-year-old girl. The disturbing tape was filmed in 2012. Vivian finally revealed her age on social media and is 26 years old now.
Which would make her 14 years old when the tape was filmed. Whoa. I don't even know if I can show this on YouTube. Find a YouTube video of it.
So, I just learned that Benjamin Franklin was not only a vegetarian, but he might have been the one who introduced tofu to the American colonies in 1770. Also, check what she made after the Nazi rallies in VA.
This is awesome. What a turn. This is awesome. What a turnout. And look, here comes Fox News. It's amazing how recently that show aired.
That statue was a travesty, and so is the brewery. They should close it and make juice instead.
What? How dare you? Juice will not replace us. Juice will not replace us. Juice will not replace us.
That makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Say it. Look at the camera. This is what happens, you don't listen. Look at the camera. Why are you getting hit? Why are you getting beaten?
Massive online influencer and 10 years, I think.
So, that chick was 14 years old. He filmed a sex tape, a BDSM sex tape, with a 14-year-old. What a retard.
Which would make her 14 years old when the tape was filmed.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a and we got engaged very quickly after 17 days.
As I was having this dinner with my husband and his friend, Andrew Tate was there. I had no idea who he was. This is kind of before he really took off on the internet.
I've known Andrew.
You know what? You're right. I've changed my thinking on this.
I was saying, you know, just the most insane shit. And I want to see how you guys, I bet you guys would defend. And you know what they do?
They do.
This is it. But it's not, I don't feel satisfied.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what I want anymore.
Any of the Obama children, any Hunter Biden, any Democratic lawmaker, like a person in Congress, anybody even with a last name that sounded like Clinton.
Yeah.
Like anybody with the first name Clifton. Anybody, like anybody that had anything even.
Pog.
Several commentators, including Ben Shapiro, and using.
Remember, this video went incredibly viral, if I don't say so myself, my own video.
Many conservative voices spoke out against Andrew Tate because of it, including Jordan Peterson, who responded to the video by saying pimps, electronic or otherwise, are the lowest form of life.
Pog. It says on there. I'm guessing he's not a Democrat.
18.
Start with is the most important.
Oh, this is the 15-year-old
girl
stuff.
to start with is going to be your bottom bitch. They call it your bottom bitch on the street. My first girl was so good, it was easy. You gotta get a good one. And you're only gonna find a good one by a lot of hoes. I've got my main bitch, my bottom bitch, Vivian. So, Vivian here. That's how it started. I met Vivian in Slovakia. We had a long-term relationship.
He really doesn't have a chin, does he? He's like the actual meme of like the chinless man. You know, like whenever they take a video, image of someone and like push your chin so it's all the way back. This is just like him naturally. Chinless.
That is true.
So, Vivian here. That's how it started. I met Vivian in Slovakia. We had a long-term relationship thing. I was living in England. I moved her to England to be with me to start dating my wife.
Hold on.
We had a long-term relationship thing. You met a 15-year-old. You had a long-term relationship, and immediately they
not. So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been her girlfriend for 6 years.
So Vivian here.
It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends.
Also, this one has 4 exclamation marks.
He really wants.
He really wants this.
Do you think he's gripping it right now?
I don't know, bro. He's so hyped about this. What are you gonna do if I don't watch it, August? Huh? What are you gonna do? It's all right. I'll watch it. I take pity on you. You know why? Because you have no fashion style.
Jesus.
He doesn't.
Wait,
He asked me for advice, and I'm like, bro, you can't be helped. You know why?
Why? You Asian?
Mm-hmm.
Don't Asians have like the best fashion?
Well, they have to try.
Why?
Because have you seen how August looks?
No, that's really mean, Dan.
Well,
you're being really mean right now.
He's deformed.
Wait, scroll, read the text. Proof, Andrew Tate filmed a tape beating a 14-year-old girl. Man, they keep getting younger every tweet.
Oh.
The disturbing tape was filmed in 2012 and has been in circulation for a while, but the age of the woman, she goes by different names, including Vivian and Cobra Baby, who is being beaten by Andrew Tate in the video with a belt while in lingerie, has
Lingerie
been unknown.
is how that's pronounced, by the way.
Cool.
Lingerie.
Vivian finally revealed her age on social media and is 26 years old now, which will make her 14 years old when the tape was filmed. Tate has been on record in the past saying he dated Vivian when she was 15. She worked for Tate as a webcam model. The date when she begun is unknown.
All right, you ready to press play on this banger?
There's a video from.
Also, hold on. I also just want to reiterate. I hate that you said this because now it's triggering the out of me.
Okay.
If there was a video of Hunter Biden hitting a girl like that, and then he said, "Oh no, it was just kink play." Like you understand how unbelievably like every Republican. Hold on.
Yes.
There is a video of Kamala Harris saying, she's saying this. She's going, when I become president, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use executive action to ban assault weapons, the import of assault weapons in the United States. People take that misspeak. It's an obvious misspeak. And they're like, oh no, she let it slip that she's going to ban all weapons, all assault weapons using executive order. She's going to ban all of it. Even my own retarded fans are like, Destiny, you kind of got to give them that one. She did say this. I was like, bro, it was an obvious misspeak.
Yeah.
But they'll watch a video like this and they'll go, well, number one, okay, what was the legal age of consent? Number two, they're not technically having sex. Number three, maybe deep fake. Number four, she probably consented. Okay. Number five, like, it's just like, bro, seriously?
Hey, I know that you guys are only able to watch 1 hour, but in the third hour of this podcast, Destiny and Dan actually get on the table and do a naked oiled up twerk off. If you want to see that, check out patreon.com/anything else, and all that content will be all yours to see.
Based.
That was fucking, you know what? That's gonna Kino. It's unbelievable is what it is.
The double standard is insane. You know, the Tate stuff in and of itself is
Let me ask you this. Hypothetical let's say that a video came out and Andrew Tate, and he admits to this. It's not like it's people are going to claim it's a deep fake. A video comes out and Andrew Tate is f***ing a dog. Okay, all right, it's like a dog warts type of situation, and he's hitting the dog when he's doing it. Question for you: how would the quartering defend him specifically?
If he was fucking a dog, how would the quartering defend him?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me think. There's just so many avenues as a conservative when you're shameless you can go. So we could do the sudden discovery of modesty, where they go, well, you know, I personally don't agree with it, but, you know, it's his private life. He's allowed to do what he wants, and I'm not here to pass judgment on it. So there's the sudden discovery of modesty. There's the pivot and appeal.
Whataboutism.
Whataboutism one. There's the pivot and appeal to the other side standard. So it could be that, like, well, I thought the left said that other cultures were fine, and in some cultures maybe they do like to do things with dogs. Like, so what? So you've got that appeal they could do. I would. My guess would be one of those two.
I like how the left is so up in arms about this. Meanwhile, they'll allow you to have your 3-year-old's dick get cut off. Talk to me.
There's the whataboutism to
big time.
the moral
that
hypocrisy.
type of shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be. God. You know, the thing is, to be the quartering, it must be a little bit fun because you get to play on the defensive constantly. It's like you're always practicing your debate game, you know?
Well, defense or offense. I mean,
you're always on the wrong side of the fence. It's like you're on the debate team and they're always like, you're like, please don't be Germany, please don't be Germany. And they're like, all right. And defending Hitler, we have Dan. And you're like, son of a bitch. But it's always
like a creative writing project every single time.
Day
That is
you wake
true,
up.
right?
Yeah.
You look at the news and it's like, okay, Trump said that all black people are N-words.
Okay, what am I doing about
all right,
this?
How do we do this? Yeah, let's go.
I gotta wake up. I got some memes to go. All right. You know, but you gets better and better at it, you know? Yeah. It almost, when things get too good, it's like, hold on, this is like something I can defend here. Trump made a policy that helps underprivileged people. Okay, this is obviously pushed by the left, and it's in favor of, he's going to get us our machine guns back or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
Wait, we didn't even watch the video. Yeah, go back.
Okay, which one? Okay, this one was by a actual colored name, multicolored name.
Name of color.
I got it. I got you, bitch. I got you, you son of a bitch. You know who it was?
Who was it?
The Swan Gobbler.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Got him. All right. Sorry. Woo. All right, man. Okay. Where were we? We were here. We were clicking and watching something.
Let's go.
Here we go. Click.
Showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex.
Wait, pause. You don't think this retard is getting my stream banned, right?
Which one?
August.
Why
I'm not
would he
about to
do-
watch like a porn video, right?
No.
Okay. Let's go.
August, you wouldn't do that, would you?
Go.
Okay.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual.
Why are you watching the... Stop.
From 10 years ago.
Wait,
10 years
pause.
ago.
Hello everyone.
Hi.
I just wanted to say something about the video that's been released recently about me and my ex-boyfriend Andrew Tate. Andrew is my still great friend. What you guys saw on the video, it's just what we used to do. It was just pure game. He's a great guy. He would never hurt anyone.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed
Pause.
me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends.
Pause. This means nothing. Right here.
Oh, yeah?
To me. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? Number one, not Andrew Tate and not Andrew Tate fan here. But asking an OnlyFans model how old she is and the response she gets, this is what you're basing your shit on? No.
Well, I mean, they've never disputed her age. Like, it's just a thing to show.
I mean, didn't this just come out? This means
No. This girl's been... I've talked about this girl like 2 years ago. Like, this has been talked about for a long time. That video that was released, we've watched. I've gotten... Yeah. I gripped it. Yeah. Just like August has been. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, this stuff has been out for quite a while.
Okay. I'm just kidding.
Listen.
I'm 14.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends. If I said it was a game and she said it was a game, who are other people to then comment on our lives? It was between two consenting adults and we decided to do something.
You know what's funny is he says this shit, and then I guarantee you there's shit that Andrew Tate has talked shit about two consenting adults all the time. What a loser.
True.
Yeah. You could beat him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. He looks like he's kind of short, actually.
Yeah.
I heard that his world kickboxing thing that he was in wasn't even like the whole world. So
Really?
you know, yeah.
Like that was only like a small
Yeah, it was like a
section?
small kickboxing champion that he
Oh
won.
my
So obviously I
God.
box him, no kicking allowed.
Yeah,
so I've
he's
already
done.
got a
That's
huge
it.
advantage.
Huge.
Yeah.
Done.
Jesus, he'd be
Oh my God.
so far behind. My
Okay.
God.
Ourselves. And we both agreed it was fine. That's just kink shaming. Why are you getting beaten? Which that's all it is.
We would never do that. Kink
Well,
shaming. That's the worst.
Oh.
Okay. Now. Okay. This one is bolded.
Oh
and-
my God. Watch this. Scroll down this thread.
Thank
the
you.
Young Turks yesterday. Okay. Don't worry, August. We
Wait,
got
am
you.
I getting a cut of the YouTube revenue here? Jesus.
A thread
fucking
on
Christ.
Candace Owens. Scroll up. We have to read it. A thread on Candace Owens' connection to Andrew Tate and her many lies that she's told to protect him. Candace Owens met her now husband, George Farmer, in December of 2018.
I thought it said George Floyd.
At the launch of Turning Point UK races. 17 days later, they got engaged over Skype. That's really weird.
Getting married after 17 days? Yeah.
Yeah. George Farmer is the son of Lord Michael Farmer, former Conservative Party treasurer and member of the House of Lords. In early 2019, Candace was introduced to Farmer's friend Andrew Tate, who Farmer has known for many, many years and before he was famous. The night Candace met Tate, her Romanian assistant spent a lot of the time talking to him. Candace's assistant told Candace that night that she believed Andrew Tate was a pimp cut to 4 years later. Uh-oh.
Is this Macaulay Culkin? Culkin.
Who knows? Go.
Candace and I met in December of 2018, and we got engaged very quickly after 17 days.
Thursday just looked up. What?
As I was having this dinner with my husband and his friend, Andrew Tate was there. I had no idea who he was. This is kind of before he really took off on the internet.
I've known Andrew for many, many years. I've known Andrew since before Andrew was Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I've known Andrew since before he was famous, I guess. Andrew is a great guy.
Deeply troubled
he really
individual.
is.
I had my assistant at the time with me who happened to be Romanian. She's born in Romania, speaks Romanian, happened to have been in the United States. She spent a lot of the time that we were there talking to him. She comes over to me afterwards and she says, this guy, Andrew Tate, I think he's a pimp in Romania. I said, what? And she's like, no, I think he's like actually a pimp in Romania.
Like all humans, he's flawed.
If you're a guy and you hold citizenship in America or in the United Kingdom and you decide to uproot to Romania, it's got to be because you can do a little more dodgy stuff in Romania. It's the Eastern Corridor. This is how things work.
Yeah, don't they use that same line about like British guys that go to Thailand?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Would it be even crazier? Wow, whoever cut this together, wouldn't it be even crazier if they had a small clip at the end there, 20 seconds of Andrew Tate and Tristan, I think both saying, yeah, we think that the laws in the West are crazy, and that's why we like being in Romania, because they're a lot more lax here insofar as women accusing you of rape and having your life being destroyed over it, you know?
Scroll down this thread. Thank you, thank you. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan were arrested in Romania in December 2022, around 4 years after Candace Dick met Tate. In June 2023, Andrew and Tristan Tate were charged with human trafficking and forming an organized crime group. Andrew was also charged with rape. As you can see in the indictment below, the time period these charges cover are 2016 to 2022. Note, these remain the charges Andrew Tate is facing trial for in Romania.
Was he actually charged with these crimes, or are these crimes that they're currently under investigation for?
Who the fuck knows? All right, continuing to click. Here we go. In July...
It's so pretty.
Yeah, except for the reflection.
They can't see that, though.
I can see it.
Look at how pretty that is. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but
the camera's going to stay
your guest can see it, and the guest is unimpressed.
They're impressed.
Okay. In July 2023, Tucker Carlson, you know who that is?
I've heard of him.
You familiar with him?
Yeah, Russian asset now, right?
Okay. He interviewed Andrew Tate. Can you believe that? Wild. In that interview, Tate told many lies. What? Including that he wasn't charged with rape. I've made a video, watch it below, addressing some of these lies and exposing Tate's proven record as a pimp and techniques he used to groom women into sex work. Is that a good sentence? I made a video, watch it below, addressing some of these lies and exposing Tate's proven record as a pimp and techniques. I don't like this. That's not a good segue into it. Anyways, this video went incredibly viral. All right, Zerka.
Do you know why it's a bad sentence?
Why? Well, it's these lies, technique.
That's Tate's dash. Look it up. It's not a normal dash. Yeah.
You don't use this ever.
Because of it, including Jordan differently to the video. Let
me ask you this.
Ask.
Jordan Peterson.
Yep.
Redeemable? He's on the right side of a lot of things, I think. Don't you? Don't get me wrong. Some not good things about him.
What are you on the right side of now?
Well, he's not a fucking Nazi. Like despite the fact that a lot of people want him to be a Nazi, he has no qualms in saying you guys are all retarded. Like that's retarded. He'll
Yeah, you say that, but he has many public speeches where he says you have to admire Hitler and speaks of them very fondly, so I don't know about that.
say it.
I guess. Yeah.
Right?
Okay, he's not a Nazi, true.
He's not a Nazi.
But I mean, he works for Ben Shapiro, who's a Jewish overlord, so is that really that surprising?
Well, there's that.
That's the thing that you can say about any...
Also,
yeah.
Like to not do pedantic debate bro games, but just be like, you know what? You fucking got me.
Okay.
Do you remember what this was?
I don't remember it, but
So should they be able to deny making a cake for a black couple if they don't like black people?
Allowed to? Probably. That doesn't mean it's right.
Okay, so then we had the civil rights movement where they said black people, you had to serve them in your restaurants and stuff like that, and it did work and it did make our society better, but would you argue that that still wasn't right?
No, that was right.
Why is that different to now if you didn't want to make a cake for black people?
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not different.
Yeah.
Maybe I was wrong about that.
Making people...
I understand.
Dude, like, what an actual fucking retard. Just, like, I guess, there is that admission that's makes it a bit redeeming, but I mean, really?
Dan, Jordan Peterson, Benzoed out, the whole thing. You have to somewhat have a little bit of respect
No,
for
I
some.
don't.
Really? You would prefer that he like debate broed out and gave some bullshit conservatard answer about how it was different there versus being like, you know what? You're right. I've changed my thinking on this.
Did he?
I think so when you say it. No? All right.
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. The hate flows through you too deep.
Accused of
Wow,
rape,
5.5 minutes.
selling anyone,
Let's go.
pimping.
Correct. They face charges which include human trafficking, rape, and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women.
OnlyFans is the best hustle in the world.
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No. They're accusing me of using the Loverboy method, coercing them by being nice. I don't mention webcam until after I've had sex with the girl. If you're on dates and you're trying to mention it and shit, it just doesn't work. It puts them off. I'd never do that. That's disgusting. I'm not a whore. It's just not gonna work. You continue as normal, no mention of webcam. You fuck the girl.
Pause.
After you fuck the girl, you do the
Pause. I feel like I got what I asked for, and it just wasn't how satisfying I thought it would be. For a long time, I was like, I want there to be an example that's so clearly obvious that like you guys are hypocrites. Like I want a guy literally on video saying, you know, just the most insane shit, and I want to see.
All right.
Bacterial cells that live in your gut. More and more studies showing the balance of bacteria in your digestive system is linked to your overall health.
Probiotics have been claimed to do everything from improving your immune system to reducing symptoms of depression and even fighting cancer. As a result, the global market for these miraculous bacteria is worth more than $70 billion. But are probiotics the silver bullet you've been led to believe? At the same time that consumption of these supplements has increased, we've also seen a rise in cases of IBS and other chronic digestive illnesses, so our collective gut health is worse than ever. So do these microbial miniatures really improve our health, or are they just a burden on your bank balance? Or could they actually cause us more harm than good? Well, to answer that question, let's go on a journey deep into the bowels of, well, your bowels and reveal the surprising truth about probiotic supplements. At this very moment, your body is colonized inside and out by millions upon millions of microorganisms, bacteria, viruses, yeast, and more. We used to think that these microbes were harmful, but we now know that these microbial colonies inside us, aka the microbiome, help us survive and thrive. Some of them do make us ill, some of them keep us healthy, and others don't really do anything. Taken all together, they're known as the gut microbiome. You can think of all of this as a garden. There are some flowers and there are some weeds, some patches of soil where plants thrive, and others where nothing grows. You plant some seeds, water them, maybe give them some fertilizer, and with some sunshine and a bit of luck, they'll take root and grow. Well, you can think of your healthful bacteria as those flowers, and the ones that cause you to get ill as the weeds. Both types of bacteria live, evolve, and die in your gut all the time. You can aim to plant new flowers in your gut garden, that is to say, add new essential live bacteria by ingesting them in foods like yogurt or supplements which claim to have bacteria in the form of drinks, powders, or gummies. These healthful bacteria are called probiotics. And just like a gardener feeds his prize rose bush with fertilizer, we can help our good bacteria to thrive by eating the kinds of food they like. These foods are known as prebiotics. And just like some gardens harbor skeletons 6 feet under, well, we'll leave that analogy there. So if it's just a case of adding probiotics and feeding them with prebiotics, surely it makes sense to take all the supplements and cute little drinks that you can see in the supermarket. The more the merrier, right? Well, it's not that crazy of an idea, but the catch is that we don't really know what a good or bad microbiome looks like. Not to mention the fact that everyone's microbiome is different and constantly changing due to dietary, environmental, and social factors. This means we don't really know how probiotics work, which ones to take, and what dosage, and as we're about to see, even whether they actually do us more harm than good. We said earlier that eating prebiotics is like adding fertilizer to your garden. Of course, you can also add weed killer to get rid of the plants you don't want, and if you're not careful, that herbicide can kill the plants you do want to keep. Antibiotics have a similar effect on the gut microbiome. As wonderful as they are at killing the bacteria that make us ill, they can't actually tell the good guys from the bad guys in many cases, and end up killing a lot of the healthful microbes in the gut as well. When that happens, who gets to colonize the prime real estate in your intestines, the helpful bacteria, or the harmful stuff is simply a matter of who moves the quickest. A group of researchers decided to take advantage of this fact. After giving their healthy participants a week-long course of antibiotics, they divided them into 3 groups. One group took a commercially available probiotic containing 10 different strains of bacteria. Remember, the more diverse your bugs, the better. A second group received a fecal microbiota transplant from their own poo. Yep, poo collectors are a real job, and that brings a whole new meaning to the phrase shoveling shit. The third group didn't receive anything, just to see what would happen naturally. Whose guts would you guess recovered the quickest? Well, the group that received the samples of their own bacteria in the form of a poo transplant recovered their gut microbes in a matter of days. In contrast, the group that didn't receive anything needed 3 weeks for their gut microbes to return to normal. And the ones who took the probiotics, by the time the study finished, 5 months after they'd been given the antibiotics, they still hadn't returned to their baseline level of gut health and had lower levels of gut diversity compared to the other 2 groups. This finding challenges the current dogma that probiotics are harmless even if they don't work. Admittedly, a belief that I once subscribed to. So what is going on here? Why did the probiotics...
They're not a medication, so it's pointless to fucking take them.
seem to make things worse. Well, in the same way that two animal species will compete with each other in an ecosystem, the different bacteria living in your intestines are in constant state of turf war. Normally, the right mix of healthful, harmful, and harmless bacteria keep us healthy, but it is possible to have too much of a good thing. For one thing, probiotic supplements are designed to colonize the large intestine, but to get there, they have to pass through the stomach and small intestine. However, for some individuals who have problems with moving food through their digestive system, the probiotics they consume could remain in the small intestine, where they create metabolic byproducts which could lead to bloating and discomfort. Even if they do make it to the large intestine, by flooding your microbe with large concentrations, even of healthful bacteria, you take away space for anything else, and that includes different strains of healthful bacteria. In contrast, commercial probiotics usually only contain a limited range of bacterial strains. For example, Lactobacillus rhamnosus, which helps to reduce the risk of antibiotic-related diarrhea, promote dental health, and relieve symptoms of IBS, or Bifidobacterium animalis subspecies lactis, which has been associated with immune health and healthy levels of cholesterol. But these health benefits are not the only reason these bacteria tend to be the most commonly used in probiotic supplements. They also happen to be among the most studied strains of bacteria and therefore the easiest and cheapest to produce. Now, that doesn't mean they won't be effective for certain people with certain conditions, but it does mean the average commercial probiotic is a generic preparation that may not be what you need, and if you already have a healthy amount of that bacteria in your gut, it may actually cause you more harm than good. Of course, that assumes that any probiotics you consume in a supplement actually remains in your body. A group of researchers at the Weizmann Institute of Science gave their participants a specially prepared probiotic cocktail of 11 strains of bacteria for a month. They then collected samples from those individuals, stomach, small intestine, and large intestine, to see whether the microbes they consumed had successfully colonized. For half of these 25 people, it seemed that the healthful microbes had simply gone in one end and straight out the other, while the other half, the bacteria, had briefly held on before being evicted by the existing tenants of the gut microbiome. I told you, it was a turf war. Again, this study suggests that a generic preparation cannot be assumed to work the same in all individuals. And remember, in all these studies, the researchers used precise doses of pure strains of probiotics. Unfortunately, as we're going to see later on, there is absolutely no guarantee that the probiotic supplements available in the shops contain anything like that. But that study was done with healthy people. What about when you're not so well? Well, when a group of metabolically unhealthy individuals, meaning they could have had high blood pressure, high fasting blood sugar levels, or other markers, were randomly given either a probiotic or nothing, half the participants given the probiotic saw improvements in their health markers. The other half got worse. Now, this could have been because of their different diets, their genes, the existing state of their gut. The researchers simply couldn't tell. But this emphasizes the fact that the same probiotic affects different people differently. As a result, there's simply no scientific basis for claiming that a single supplement will have the same effect for everyone and everyone who takes it. Unfortunately, it gets worse. The probiotics available to buy in supplements have been engineered to be resistant to antibiotics. That's great if it means they'll hang around for longer in the intestines. However, it's not so rosy if those genes for antibiotic resistance decide to up sticks and settle in other bacteria that are not so good for us. This process of horizontal gene transfer from healthful bacteria to pathogens is thought to be more likely to happen in individuals consuming large amounts of probiotics. Despite everything I've said so far, I'm not saying probiotics are useless. There's actually decent evidence to suggest that they can be effective to treat specific ailments. And it's very possible that scientists could find more promising uses for probiotics in the future. We just have to look carefully at the evidence and not fall victim to the hype. In the meantime, unless a doctor can prescribe a specific microbial strain to treat a specific issue you have, taking a generic probiotic supplement when you're healthy may unnecessarily stress your gut microbiome. And in the same way that indiscriminate use of antibiotics contributes to the scourge of antimicrobial resistance, in the worst case scenario, taking probiotic supplements could actually be doing you harm. So if all of this is true, should anyone take probiotic supplements? As usual, the devil's in the detail. The first thing to be aware of is the kind of supplements you buy in shops are completely different from the probiotics your colorectal surgeon or gastroenterologist can prescribe. Medical grade probiotics are tightly regulated, so you know it literally does what it says on the box. For example, they will have the necessary number of colony forming units we expect to have an impact and the right strains of bacteria for the targeted condition. In contrast, probiotics you can buy in health shops and supermarkets have none of the same regulations applied to them. These products are treated as food rather than medicine. So in the same way food can be sold with frankly meaningless labels, commercial probiotics can also be sold in packaging that bears no resemblance to reality, as this study showed. Researchers examined 16 different probiotic supplements and found only one of them actually contained the strain of bacteria it said on the box. Other supplements either didn't have the bacteria they said they had or contained other bacteria that weren't listed. However, this microbial Russian roulette can have far worse consequences than just on your wallet. We know that certain probiotics are useful in treating a terrible intestinal illness that tends to affect premature babies. One such infant born at just 29 weeks was given a commercial probiotic that should have contained 3 common strains of bacteria that you've seen advertised in products in the supermarket. Unfortunately, it was also contaminated by a fungus that may have contributed to her death shortly thereafter. Yes, this is an extreme case, but it's no exaggeration to say if you consume commercially available probiotics, you cannot be sure what you're taking. So what about the medical stuff? Who is it good for? This review of 66 different studies found that medical grade probiotics could be effective in treating symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome. Fecal microbiota transplant had the same effect. That's literally some good shit there, man. We also know that people suffering from antibiotic-related diarrhea may benefit from Saccharomyces boulardii, for example. But again, if you're suffering from this condition, go to your doctor and take the probiotic they prescribe you, not the one they happen to have available in the supermarket that day. So if you're lucky enough not to suffer from one of these various conditions and a select few others, where should you get your probiotics from? Well, Mother Nature gives us a clue right at the beginning of life. When a child is about to be born, as far as we know, these tiny munchkins' guts are sterile. Literally no gut microbes. However, during the passage through the birth canal and subsequently through breastfeeding, the baby's gut is quickly colonized by bacteria living in and on its mother. Even for those women for whom breastfeeding is difficult and challenging, the skin-to-skin contact means a mass migration of bacteria from mum to little one. The lesson here is to get your probiotics from nature's very own probiotic supplements. They're called food, but not just any food. Fermented foods like kefir, sauerkraut, kombucha, and kimchi all contain probiotics. Even so, not all of these products are created equal. One way you can tell whether kombucha contains live bacteria is by looking at the sediment settling at the bottom of the drink. If you can see that, it's a good sign that the bacteria are alive. What about kefir? Well, take a look at the ingredients list. If a bottle names the bacterial strain that's present in the bottle, that's a good sign that it likely contains live bacteria. Also look at the expiry date. If a bottle tells you to consume the product in X days, while another has an expiry date in X months, this is another indication that the former contains live bacteria, while the other other probably doesn't. It is true that with many fermented foods, you won't know which strains of bacteria you're eating, nor the quantity in which you're eating them. However, what you can rely on is that in general, you'll get a wide variety of bacteria, therefore a healthier gut from food rather than supermarket supplements. So quite simply, eat fermented foods to get your probiotics, not just because of any health claims made about them, but because they're cheaper than supplements and delicious to eat. They'll also give you lots of other benefits. For example, fermented veg will supply you with vitamins, fiber, and antioxidants, while yogurt provides protein and calcium. Although be mindful with a product like yogurt, as if it's been pasteurized after being inoculated with live bacteria, those handy microbes will have been killed and therefore unable to do you any good. Now, if at this point you're starting to despair at how
Did you know Benedictine the Truth is vegan?
I don't know who that is. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
complicated this whole situation sounds, I sympathize. But the good news is it doesn't have to be so difficult. In the same way that in the 19th century, it took just one simple action, doctors washing their hands, to reduce the number of women who died in childbirth by 90%, there is one simple action you can take to drastically improve your gut health. Here's Dr. James Kinross, world-leading microbiome expert and bowel cancer surgeon at Imperial College London.
So I'll answer that question, but before I do, please eat more fiber if you don't be listening to this. Just 7 grams more a day, and your risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer, neurodegeneration, everything falls, right? And it's not hype, it's real science. Science that we've known for 50 years.
In fact, research has shown just how...
Dodo donated $2, let me see. All right, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dramatic an effect eating fiber can have on gut health. African American men have the highest rates of bowel cancer in the world and eat on average 18 grams of fiber per day, just over half the recommended amount of 30 grams. On the other hand, rural South Africans eat almost 3 times that amount of fiber and, unsurprisingly, 0 ultra-processed foods and very little animal products. When these two groups of individuals swap diets, how long do you think it took for their gut health to reverse? 2 weeks. Yes, you can make rapid positive change to your gut health just by increasing your fiber intake. So the next time you go shopping, consider swapping your refined grain products and your bread and your rice and your pasta for their whole grain alternatives. Maybe add some raspberries to your cereal in the morning, or top your favorite sandwich filling with grated carrot to boost your fiber intake. And if you add in those fermented foods to increase fiber, that's going to be absolute rocket fuel for your gut microbiome. Just remember one thing: get used to reading the label. Look for the amount of fiber included and aim for that 30 grams per day target. Does it?
This is cringy as fuck, but I still found it a tad bit amusing.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Contain name probiotics? If so, it's probably worth eating. You'll need to consume these foods regularly for several weeks before they can have a real effect. Make eating them a habit and don't expect overnight results. But it's not all doom and gloom. As we've mentioned already, there are some proven benefits of probiotics for various conditions. And undoubtedly, the more we understand about the complex relationship between the microbial and human parts of our body, the more likely it will be that we can create novel treatments. I am cautiously optimistic we will have some high-quality consumer-grade probiotics in the not-too-distant future. But it needs more rigorous science and research. And bloody hell, I might even get stuck into that research myself to help the cause. So now you know to be wary of unscrupulous influencers touting the benefits of generic probiotic supplements. You've probably also heard them doing the same for continuous glucose monitors. To find out the truth about these digital gizmos, click here to watch the video now.
Sam Hyde's boxing trainer got back to me and he said he'd be willing to debate. I don't know why I sent that to... What the fuck?
Has announced that they have rescued an Arab citizen of Israel who was among a number of people abducted on October the 7th. The military said today that the hostage was rescued in a complex operation in the southern Gaza Strip. According to Israel, they've rescued a total of 8 hostages in 2 operations that killed Palestinians. Hamas
Ben Boy donated $2. Let me see.
Imagine if I brought you to this stupid red race. Wait, be chasing money, boys, girls every day. Chasing love like you know what it is. Like it's not just a chemical reaction that compels you to breathe. More slaves for the masters, motivated by greed. Where they tell you that you are, but nobody is free. We're in a prison planet, nobody can live. Real, and they act like this life is easy. Kids are dying, politicians are lying. Mother Earth is crying, animals are sighing. There's no compassion, there's no understanding, there's no hope, there's too much corruption. We all are trying, but we can't cope. So why bring it to hell if I can save you from it? Some don't see that it's hell, so they settle for it. And me, I've seen the truth, so I became an internationalist. I love you to death, that's why I'm bringing you to life.
All right. Well, thank you for the donation, Ben Boy. Appreciate it.
Says several hostages have been killed in Israeli airstrikes and failed rescue attempts. The U.S., Egypt, and Qatar have spent months trying to negotiate an agreement to free the remaining hostages and see a lasting ceasefire.
Debated at least a few of the same people. I've debated Jordan Peterson several times. You did that at least once. I think you've also spoken to Ben Shapiro. I'm not sure how we've overlapped with other people, but I think you've spoken to people who I would avoid. I'm wondering how you make these decisions. I saw that you spoke to Nick Fuentes, who's, I think, an avowed white supremacist, if not actual Nazi. Recently, you spoke to Candace Owens. Is there anyone you regret engaging?
I'll take that in two parts. So for the first one of my strengths is that I'm willing to talk to almost anybody. So it gives me very big reach into a lot of different types of communities because I'm willing to go into different shows and I can have a good time with a large variety of people and different types of characters, but I can still provide pushback against a large variety of different types of characters. So it's kind of a balancing act of how aggressive do I want to be versus how long do I want my legs to be? You know, how far do I want my reach, I guess, to extend into other communities? The only times I'm disappointed or I regret engaging with people is if I feel like the other person got more out of it than I feel like I did. So for instance, if I were to platform a very small, very radical person and then not give adequate pushback, and I feel like he bested me in a conversation that I could have been more prepared for, or if I'm, I don't want to promote bad ideas and like bring them to everybody's attention and then, have a bad showing against it. But if there's really popular talking points and a lot of people believe a thing, I think it's worth discussing and I'll have those people on to fight with them. Yeah. And then the second part was if I regret, over the past year, I've regretted everything. God.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah. It's a constant balancing act between, like I said, like how gentle do I want to be versus how aggressive do I want to be.
Hey VG, do you think there's anything morally wrong with being a single issue type of voter? For example, voting for a president who'll support Ukraine regardless of other policies? As long as they're not something crazy like Nazis or terrorists, etc.
It entirely depends. So, there's no right or wrong. It just depends. Thanks for the donation, though, Mullah.
I would say around the last year, I'd been making a more... I go back and forth between these very empathetic approaches to debate versus like these very aggressive approaches. And so the past year, I've been more empathetic and I've gotten conversations with Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. And I worry sometimes that I play this role in like, oh, well, look, I debated Destiny and we got along and it was fine. And it's like, well, we kind of debated, but I was being very, very, very gentle because I'm trying not to make you so mad that you'll never talk to me again or that you won't have the conversation. So then when I look back at the role I played in that, and then I see now when I take more aggressive positions on things that I feel strongly about, they're like, well, I can't talk to Destiny. That guy's crazy. Candace Owens wouldn't let me in her space a week ago because she said I was a sexual deviant while she was speaking with Andrew Tate and Dan Bilzerian. I'm like, what? So now I'm like,
you're in good company, or you're worse than that good company.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched part of your conversation with Candace, and now perhaps she has transformed into her current monstrous shape since you debated her. I haven't really followed her timeline very closely. This is one of the consequences of having gotten off social media. There are things I don't follow which seem very big online, I'm sure, but Candace Owens becoming a proper anti-Semite was something I think I had on my bingo card some years ago, and so I was unsurprised, but I'm not quite sure when she fully pulled the mask off if it was ever properly on. You don't think the semi-friendly, even somewhat adversarial conversation with her just has the net effect of kind of laundering her reputation with your audience and doing more harm than good?
With my audience, absolutely not. With the other audiences, that's what is so hard to determine. Like I said, I don't like the idea that Candace can say like, oh, well, you know, I had a debate with Destiny or I had a conversation with Steven. And it's like, not really. That was a very gentle, you watch the conversation. I think at around 10 minutes, I realized that even then I'm pushing back too much and she's about to rage out and leave. And I'm like, okay, well, we got to be more gentle. So that irritates me. My audience is never becoming, just because I put out so much content, I stream so much, I put out so many videos and I have so many conversations. They're not going to hear somebody like that and instantly be captivated and become whatever neo-Nazi Blexit combo of weird stuff she is now. But for audiences in the middle, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's good to provide some pushback. Like, it legitimizes me in that I can talk to a lot of different people. It legitimizes me in the eyes of her audience. Like, oh, well, this, Steven's a reasonable guy that you can have conversations with. But then it also plays kind of a dirty role that everybody's been complicit in over the past several years of making some of these ideas seem a lot more reasonable and sane than they actually are. And I've spent the past few months or the past month or so after the assassination attempt, saying, okay, hold on, no, let's back up. A lot of this stuff is insane. And I think we need to go back to calling this insane.
Is there anyone whose name I would recognize who you've decided not to talk to because you just viewed them as too dishonest or unethical?
I'll still talk to anybody, but the conversations are just going to be a lot more aggressive. I'm not going to have a conversation with Jordan Peterson while he just kind of meanders through the point that 20% excess deaths in Europe are all caused by the vaccine. That's not going to happen next time. Okay, well, we're going to sit here, we're going to fixate on this point now. Or when I ask Ben Shapiro, don't you guys think you grade Trump on a curve? And he's like, yeah, we do. I'm like, okay, that can't stand, right? Yeah, I just won't let those things flow by anymore,
So what have you regretted in the last year? What has been the controversy or the chaos?
For some reason, I never understood that the media is, I always hear the media is left-wing dominated. The media is dominated by the left. And I hear that and I look online and I see kind of the crazy left. And then I look at CNN and MSNBC and I'm like, okay, maybe they are. But somehow, even in left-wing spaces, the conservatives have such a good reign on controlling the discourse. And I'm so upset that I allowed myself to be kind of brainwashed by the Trump derangement syndrome insult, where I'm like, okay, I got to be really fair. I got to be really careful when I cover Trump because I don't want to sound deranged. I don't want to sound unhinged. And, and I'm sitting here trying to think okay, well, when Trump said this absolutely crazy thing, when January 6th happens, it was just this and that and that. And then meanwhile, the conservatives are like, so here's the 57th picture of Hunter Biden's we're showing in Congress. And we know, by the way, that him and Joe Biden, unilaterally dictated world policy to get rid of this prosecutor in Burisma. And it's like,
allegedly, this kid is 6 years old. It's too hard to believe.
My name is Hope, and I'm 6 years old. Yeah, my boy's 6 years old. Show him your muscles. Show him, baby. Yeah.
That kid has a deep-ass voice. Either he's going through precocious puberty, or his parents are feeding him steroids.
Hit the hog on him. Hit the hog. Hold on, man. Let him hit the hog. Hit the hog. How you did it? Yeah. What's up? My name is Hope, and I'm 6 years old. Yeah,
He has a really deep voice for 6. What the fuck? Yeah, he's probably going through precocious puberty. Or is it precacious? I think it's precocious. That's really fucking weird. All right, it is late. It's about 12 midnight. So I think I'm gonna head to bed. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. I should be on tomorrow, so we'll see you all then. Probably not going to do an afternoon stream because I have a bunch of shit to do. Got to go to the store, got to get a new tool to change the front tire on my V-Strom. Then I got to pick up the tire, and I might change the tire tomorrow too. But I'll be on tomorrow night, if anything. Thanks again, everybody. Sweet dreams.